Yo, 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 TGIF. What's happening, guys? It's Friday, May 31st, end of the month, last day, and we are here. As I said yesterday, guys, we're going to do a breakdown of the Kohberger hearing from yesterday and have an open discussion on that. Tonight, I will be doing the Paranormal Friday stuff as I do. It's better at night anyway. It's a little more fun. So that's the plan, and I'm glad to have you all here joining me with it. So, Sarge will be joining us to put his 5 cents in. Let's do this. Let's get this show on the road, on the road, on the road. Hello! Yo, 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 what's happening, everybody? Excuse me. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It's great to see y'all. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate you guys that hung out with us last night for a little decompression. It was well needed, in my opinion. Thank you for all of you that did. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for being here today. So, like I said, we are going to be running through the breakdown of the hearing from yesterday. I do that every time there's a hearing. The next day we go live and we talk about it with a little more. Sorry. Thank you, Kelly. Is that better? Sorry. It was probably from last night. Anyway, the next day we go live talking about the hearing, breaking it down and getting everybody's opinions on what they think of it. So that's what we is doing today. I do that every time we have a hearing. And then tonight we'll be doing the Paranormal Friday scenario. That's how it works. So you got 2 for me today. And if you can't make it tonight, that's understandable. I appreciate it. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you very much. So come on in, guys. Get yourselves comfortable. Make yourselves at home. I'm gonna wait just a few minutes to see who else we got jumping in here with us. So far, we got 72 awesome peeps in here with 41 likes. We can do a little bit better than that in the likes department. Just pretend like you like me for a couple hours, guys. That'll be fine with me. I'm okay with it. And hit that like button, please. It doesn't cost a cent. It doesn't take very long at all. Leave a little DNA for me there so I can come back and find you later. Please, please, please. Make sure you guys are hitting that bell, That way, anytime I do go live, you ain't got to worry about missing a thing, guys. So thank you, thank you. Come on in. Let me check this here while we're waiting. Yep. We're good there. All right. Oh, Lordy, I'm tired today. I wish I could get more sleep than I do get. That would be helpful. Again, make sure you're hitting that like button as you come through the door, guys. That way you ain't got to worry about it. It's done. It's over with. You did it. So let's see who we got with us today. Looks like Miss Kelly's in the house. Welcome back, Kels. Sammy Reeser, good to see you. Butterfly71. Miss Brandy B, hello. Kim Marin, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Love your shirt. Again, Jen Burris, great to see you today. Thank you for joining us today. Candy Girl, welcome back. Good to see you. Good to see you. Terry Martin, welcome back. Welcome back. Fireflies in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. Jenny Jones, how are you? Good to have you back today. Let's see here. WB, what's going on? Good to have you. Good to see you. Miss Gaia DeGucci, welcome back. Great to see you again. Welcome, Steven's Adventure. Good to have you here, brother. Appreciate you. Jingles, what's going on with you? Good to see you today. Oh, Miss Kimber's in the house. Hello. Miss Kimber, Salty Sleuth, her partner in crime up there. Both of them, part of my awesome moderating team. Salty's a producer, and they got their own channel coming out together. That's so very awesome. I appreciate that very much. Miss Carolyn, good to see you. Jeff H, good to see you, sir. You are quite welcome. Thank you for being there. Andy Rose, always a pleasure. Great having you back in here. Excuse me, Jen Burris, El Bariqua, welcome back to you. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Shelly Montage, good to have you. Good to see you here. Tina B, what's going on, Tina? Good to see you today. Welcome back. Miss Leslie's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Leslie. There's my doodlebug. You better be resting yourself up. Good to see you, Doodle. Thank you for being here. Annie Ruler. Yes, Annie, I got your email. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Donald D. Nice. What's up, Donnie? Good to see you. Annie. Yep. Okay. Lurker, hello and welcome back. Good to see you. The Karma Police are in the house tonight, folks. Good to have you here. Now, one thing I have to say, guys, is this is only going to be a couple hours. We're not running this for 5, 6 hours, okay? I got to keep it that way so I can do the other one too tonight. Yes, well, welcome back, Leslie and Billy. Good to have you guys. Excuse me. Manum. Miss Paula Lamore, welcome back. Good to see you. Miss Lisa Vallejo, hello. Good to have you here. Southern Gal, hello, and welcome back. Willow's Mama, hello, welcome. Good to see you. 12, welcome back to you. Ciao, and Chiamo and Bella. Yes. Miss Kelly, I see you there. All right. Let me see here. Just give me a moment. I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I will catch up with you as always. And my apologies. It wasn't done on purpose. I don't think I missed anybody. Yeah, Kelly Rodney case with something else. I'll tell you that much. Excuse me. Come on in, everybody. Get yourselves comfortable. We got Johnny Smallpepper. Hello, hello. Good afternoon to you. Wait, great seeing the new faces in here. I appreciate you very much. We got 60 likes now and 90 people. Come on, we're getting closer. DS, welcome back to you. Evie Marie, hello. Great to see you today. Thank you for joining us. T2014. 14. T2014 in the house. Yes. Hmm. No. Let me see here. I'm thinking, guys. I'm thinking about stuff. All right, come on in, everybody. Please, if you will. All right. Also, I need to pull up something else. I don't think we'll be joined by Mama Bear today because I think, unfortunately, she had to go back to work. But Sarge wanted to join us and talk about this today, so I was grateful for that. I like his thoughts on this, some of the stuff on this as well. So he should be joining us at some point. Okay. Yeah, really, Kelly. We do need rest, but Vibrator, hello to you. Peggy Sue, welcome back. Good to see you today. Please make sure you're hitting the like button on the way in the door, guys. That way we can hit this up in the algorithm. Algorithm. Definitely need. I am tired. I am tired. I think I went to sleep at 3 or 3:30. Got up at 7. I've been doing that 3 days in a row. I need to sleep in or get out of this early enough. You know what I mean? I will. I'll catch up with it. I will catch up with it. Don't worry about me. Doodlebug's the one that needs to be resting right now. Excuse me. Doc Holiday, welcome back. Good to see you. Sue Mena, welcome to you. Hold up, guys. Ruby Slippers, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Oh, that's what I was looking for. I already. How do you do that? You lose your own train of thought when you're trying to do something else. That's not normal, folks. Not normal at all. All right, let me see what these docs say before I get started here. Hold on. All right. Mana. law. I hope you guys that were here last night enjoyed yourselves. All right, we got 2 new documents to review as well. So yes, thank you guys for joining us last night. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. My son was very grateful for you, those of you that were here. Said thank you for that. No, I'm awake, guys. I'm just reading things. Sorry. And I was kind of trying to give everybody a chance to jump in too. My apologies. Sorry, Kelly. Sorry, Kelly. You guys think I'm gonna fall asleep all the time now, huh? Funny, funny, funny. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate that. Like I said, I hope those of you that were here last night did enjoy yourselves. Where is Firefly? I swear I just saw her. Maybe not. Yes, I do. There she is. Okay. Welcome, Salty. I think I saw you earlier. It's okay. Losing my damn mind, folks. I'm forgetting my people's names and where they're at. Jeez. All right. All right. Okay. Well, welcome, Wisdom. Thank you for joining us. All right. Well, hold on. I don't know where he's at. Give me a second. What's up, Captain Jenks? I also got something to go over in regards to the hearing and stuff too, so that's gonna help. Good, Evie. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself last night. That's what matters. If you fell asleep, hope someone clips it. That's another thing. Why are you always trying to do some kind of mean thing to me? Swear to God, Brandy. You're so mean. I don't know what it is. I'm always very nice to you, but you're always trying to do something mean and like obnoxious to me or something. It's crazy. Um I guess I don't know. Sarge, I sent him the thing for it, but yes, I'm glad. For those of you that were here and you enjoyed yourselves, good. It wasn't as good last night as what I normally do. I was having some technical issues, but it is what it is. So most of you guys saw the hearing yesterday, obviously. No big surprises. We got notes and we got this and that. Mama Bear was up here. Salty was up here. We talked about it. Nope, not mean, funny. That's what I'm saying. Your funny is sometimes mean. Your sense of humor is a little bit dark. It's okay though, Miss Kim Marin. Yeah, I can always do the whole get a picture of that and then put it on a shirt. That'd be cool. Daniela Kiriako, hello, hello. Thank you for joining us. Everything's good. Everything's good, Southern. Yes, just resting my eyes. You know what the problem is when I do that because I don't sleep enough ever. I do fall asleep sometimes. That's why. Thank you for my moderators for being here. I appreciate you very much. Like I said before, I couldn't, shouldn't, nor wouldn't do this without you guys because you're so amazing and you help me in so many ways. I don't know, Kel. I don't know. Depends on what happens from this point with some of this stuff in afterwards. You know what I mean? That's how you got to kind of look at it. Well, damn you, Sarge. You said this and that and everything else, and now where you at? Probably eating a damn steak. Grr. All right, so most of y'all were here or didn't. If you weren't, you watched it somewhere else, which is fine. Let's see. All right, well, we're gonna look at this first, to start with, and then I don't know if you guys are, for those of you that are familiar with Andrea Burkhart, I like to watch some of her stuff. It's interesting to me. I gotta find the part in here where it pertains to it. If I can get to it. Hold on a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. No, this is not. I can't watch this. I'm sorry. Wrong one. So while I'm waiting for him, then I guess the first thing we'll do is I'll pull up these two documents. We'll review these real quick. JK, welcome. Good to see you. And then we'll go into the review on the hearing and the breakdown. And then, like I said, tonight, for those of you that are interested, I'm doing the Paranormal Friday thing. Moni in the middle, I see ya. Miss Victoria, I see you as well. Welcome to you all. Tonight I'll be doing the paranormal thing tonight because, like I said, it's a little bit more fun when it's dark. So the first document we got here is order to continue hearing on defendant's motion for change of venue. Okay. The court having before it stipulated motion to continue hearing on defendant motion for change of venue. Hold on, guys. Sorry. Welcome, Avery. Thank you for joining us. Stipulated motion to continue hearing on defendant's motion for change of venue. And good cause appearing now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the motion for change of venue hearing currently scheduled for June 27th shall be vacated and will be reset for August 29th at 9 a.m. This must have been something they talked about in the secondary hearing or somewhere else. So, Avery, I was gonna say your name of your channel, and then I just said it's better to be more personable and say your name, Avery. That's all. So that hearing, that the motion hearing to reset the venue or for the venue change has been reset from June 27th to August 29th. So that's going to be a little bit further out. And then it is further ordered the state's disclosure will be filed by August 12th, 2024. It's further ordered that any reply by the defense will be filed by the 19th of August. Okay. So, oh yes, D, absolutely. Thank you, Avery, very much. It'd be awesome, Kels. I'd love to hear for it. Yeah, this is all pretty standard stuff that's been being talked about from the beginning, so it's no big deal. There's the link to Avery's channel, guys. Go check it out. You won't be disappointed. It's a great channel. She's a very sweet lady. She does a great job, so please check her out. Where are we at here? Okay, so we're going to pull that one down, move on to the other one, which is this is basically the same thing, guys. Hold on. All right. I'm going to change some things up today, too, I think. If I can make it happen. So this is the stipulated motion to reset hearing on defendant's motion for change of venue. So this is just the same thing. This stipulation is made on the grounds. This is why. The stipulation is made on the grounds that defense expert Dr. Edelman is needing an additional 6 weeks to complete the surveys. This is about that doctor that was doing the surveys that the prosecution went crazy about. Remember? Welcome, Canadian Cat Lady. Good to see you. So that there in turn is why they extended that out. Okay. And along with counsel for the state, agree that the defense disclosures will be filed by July 22nd of 24. The state's disclosures will be filed by August 12th. Hey, stop that. Good Lord. And that's signed and dated. There it is. So that would be why. So Dr. Edelman needs time to finish those surveys, get that handled so they can get a return on that and make sure everything's good to go. So that's why they put that out there, guys. That's really it. Nothing new besides that. So I thought there might be some extra documents that would be dropped, but there wasn't. There were the two I gave you from the 28th and the 24th was the third one, and that was it. So thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, JK, I'll get it for you. No problem. Well, he's supposed to be in here, so Wisdom, that's cute. Wait for me. All right. So, where was I at? Annie, are you in here still? Annie, Miss Annie Ruler. If you are, please stand up. With a real Annie Ruler, please stand up. In the chat, please, please, please. Thank you, Sherry. Again, guys, we do have merchandise if you're interested. T-shirts, mugs, hoodies, whatever you would like. What does that say? Miss Vibrator says, I think if the jury is fair, Brian will walk. Law enforcement latched on him, never looked at anyone else. I'm still side-eyeing the two roommates. I understand. I respect that. Tomboy, welcome. Welcome, Miss Tomboy. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Hope you're having a great day. Excuse me. You hear me? Show. I wonder where Molly's at. So Annie's not still in here. I thought she was here. Good Lord. Well, that didn't work. Whoa. Hello, Bonnie. Good to see you. I appreciate you stopping by to say hi. Well, if Annie comes back, I had an idea for her. So what do you think, Miss Avery? Since we're waiting on Sarge, I would like to see if Miss Avery would like to join me up here and voice her opinion on this while we get started. If you would like to do that, Miss Avery, there's a link right there. Come on up here and give me your opinion on what's going on with this. What you think? Something a little bit different. What'd you do to your foot, Tomboy? Getting casted on Monday. Were you wrestling around or doing your taekwondo again? There she is. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Welcome.
Thank you for having me up. I just came in, and so I wasn't sure what the topic is. And
Well, we had, I don't know if you follow it. They had one of the Brian Kohberger hearings yesterday for Idaho.
oh yeah, okay. I caught about half of it.
We're going to review it and break it down. So I thought it would be nice to have a different outlook than what we normally have.
Oh yeah.
See, and don't worry. I mean, I know you've been in here before, but don't worry. You're not going to get attacked if you have a separate theory or opinion than somebody else does. I don't allow for that. So,
Oh, okay.
you're welcome to have whatever, especially being up here, whatever opinions and feelings. If you think Brian's 100% guilty and piss on everything else, don't worry about it. Okay, you'll be okay. Um,
Yeah. So I didn't get to hear the whole hearing yesterday, but I did hear the parts where Ann Taylor was saying that she still hasn't received the video surveillance.
some of the yeah, pieces of it, right? Exactly.
And so I do have some questions about that because, like, the bottom line for me is if I want to make sure that they do have the right man,
Hmm.
and if it is the right man, then he's punished accordingly. But in the event that they don't have the right person, then it would concern me because that would mean somebody is on the loose still,
Somebody
that's
else,
right. So,
right?
and I want to see him have, a fair trial, and I want to see everything. And it just concerns me that there's this issue of, the defense not getting everything that they need.
Mhm. Yes, ma'am. I do agree with you very much. Welcome, Chief. Um, I can agree. And it's been stated, and I've showed it multiple different times that um, okay, here it is. Sorry. That it's really not coming from the prosecution. Prosecution is claiming that they're turning everything over to the defense, and the defense is saying yes, they in all reality they are. They're waiting on whatever is not being handed over from the FBI per se, and things like that. So again, you know,
But I did hear some of the officers who were testifying yesterday. I think it wasn't Payne, it was oh goodness, what is that one officer's name?
it was
He's the lead
yesterday.
detective.
Yesterday was Officer Payne. Yes.
It was Payne? Okay. So I heard him say that he has seen the video,
Hmm.
and so she asked him, she said, "You've seen the video?" And he says, "Yes." And so she asks him, "Well, then how can I get it?" And he tells her to go to the evidence room and file for a request. And I'm thinking, this is weird because she should have already had this.
I can agree. I can agree.
They
There's
were they were ordered to turn over all discovery, so why is she just now being told go to the evidence room and file
yeah,
request for it? It's a little weird.
I can agree. I definitely can agree. There's a lot. There's a lot that needs to be worked on. I'm gonna say my opinion right out of the gate is
Okay.
that I think there's been some slacking per se, maybe on some parts of people. Detective Mowry was holding on, had some things that he said he didn't realize he had in the hearing before, that he, didn't really look into and things like that and stuff. I mean, there's some of that. I can't read Detective Payne. I can't read Brett Payne when he explains, there's a lot of I cannot recall this, I cannot recall that, so on and so forth. Welcome, Jaded. Welcome, Lady D12. Ray Baldic, welcome. Nope, not today. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us. So I can't read, which I don't know, and I don't even know if it matters. Is he if he's telling the truth that he doesn't remember, if it's this or that, or if he doesn't know what's happened, what's going on, or if he does know and he's just not doesn't want to put it out there. I'm not saying that that's what it is. So
Yeah.
don't go down that rabbit hole, anybody, please. I'm just saying it's
But
hard
I kind of call bullshit on that he had some things that he didn't realize that he still had. I kind of call BS on that because as serious as this case is, they
Mhm.
know what they're supposed to be handing over, and I will never believe that, "Oh, I didn't realize that I was still holding on to that." I will never believe that.
I can agree with that. It's definitely questionable. Firefly says if you were the lead detective on a huge case like this, wouldn't you make sure that all your T's were crossed and all your I's were dotted? Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, I can go with that. I can.
Mhm.
Um, what I kind of am getting the feeling of in some senses, though, is that yes, Brett Payne is the lead detective. We know that, but he doesn't do everything. He's got other people doing different jobs for this and that. And it seems that in some senses they may have maybe not done their job completely like they're supposed to, in my opinion. Okay. So I'm not saying he's not at fault. It's his, it's his job to make sure all that stuff is handled. I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. So,
So you're thinking maybe there's like a lack of communication amongst,
Yeah.
the
Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm thinking.
uh-oh, he cut out. Did he cut out for everybody else?
1 second. 1 second. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Oh Lord, he's gonna leave me up here by myself. Well, hey everybody, how you doing? I guess I'll look at the chat.
Sorry, my son was talking to me. My apologies.
Oh, okay. No,
Um,
no, it's okay.
so yeah, I think there is a lack of communication in some senses, but I said this yesterday. Like this is probably the biggest case we've ever seen.
Mhm.
Um, next to the O.J. Simpson case, I think this actually is maybe a step above that. Okay, so and this is just my opinion. This guy here,
Mhm.
okay, if he's the lead detective, this is all you, Bubba. You need to
Right.
make everything, put everything in order. And I'm gonna have to say that he knew that he was gonna have this. He was gonna be testifying yesterday. Okay,
Mhm.
just me being me. If that was me going up there to do that, I would have went back and said, because I'm sure she has to explain to him what you're testifying for. Okay,
Mhm.
I would have went back and said, okay, I'm better make sure I'm getting this right. Let's see what's going on here. Boom, boom, boom. It doesn't seem like that was done even remotely. Okay.
Right.
So that's just an opinion I have, but if I could be wrong.
But you have to think about it though. We're 18 months in
Mhm.
from when this happened. 18 months. And in my opinion, I mean, I realize there's a lot of data, there's a lot of evidence, but 18 months in is way too far to still be having these issues. A
Mhm.
year and a half in and we're still having issues of I haven't received this. I haven't, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It
Well, and you're absolutely right. I do agree. Here's part of it though, I think. The FBI is not gonna hand over things that they don't have to.
right.
Okay? They're just not going to. They're not
Yeah.
gonna give you Salty hit on this yesterday because I made kind of that same statement. She's right. Like they're not gonna give you the little tricks of their trade. They're not
Mhm.
they're not gonna show you how they do certain things because first of all, Salty's right. I don't want to know. That's dangerous in some senses to know how the FBI works. Second of all,
Right.
they can't do that anyway because this is how they do their job. So I get that. I do.
Yeah.
I get. Excuse me. What's up, KT? So there's that too. But at the same time, they need to figure out a way to be able to show how this was done, prove how this is done without giving away those certain things, if that's even possible. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, and I get it, and Ann Taylor knows. She knows that too, that the FBI, like they said, we took notes and we destroyed the notes afterwards, and Ann Taylor knows that the FBI is not going to hand over their protocols, but she's digging her heels in. So, I mean, I think it's just a tactic, that she's going with, but at the same time, it's just kind of hindering. You would think by now that the FBI would have something, they could hand over without giving, their whole entire protocol that they followed.
Hmm.
But it's just mind blowing. I think about the victims' families and, gosh, how they could be feeling 18 months in and they're still hearing, well, we haven't even received videos. We haven't,
Yeah, yeah, I can agree. I was gonna say that I do feel bad for the families because they're not getting any surety. They're not
Mhm.
getting any kind of a feeling of stability from this, in my opinion. I know I wouldn't.
Yeah, my personal opinion, Dago, is I think that this case was too big for the Moscow PD, like to begin with, and I think that from the beginning they should have stepped just like in the Kansas City moms. Law enforcement kind of stepped aside and just handed it over to OSBI, and I just feel like this case was too big for Moscow Police Department.
Yeah, I definitely agree that was something else I said probably quite a while ago. I came to that conclusion that any small department like
Hmm.
this is not going to have the type of experience you would need to have to handle a case this big. It's a quadruple homicide. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's one thing. Now, I mean, granted, they're supposed to all have training. They
Mhm.
do. Um, but this is still just a big case. It's a big case. And
I
that's
think
true.
they didn't
Okay.
want to hand it over because of pride. I think it was a pride
Yeah,
issue on
that's well,
behalf of the.
they did have assistance from the FBI as well as ISP,
Mhm.
but you're right. They didn't want to turn the lead over because that's how it usually happens. You know, it's my town,
Exactly.
my jurisdiction. I'm handling it. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, at some point though, if you can't handle this, then you just really can't handle it. You need to say, hey, you know, maybe invite the FBI in to take the lead on this because of the type of case it is. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's just one
I
of those
mean,
things.
I would have given them more kudos for doing that, and rather than, because look at the mess that they have going on now because of the route that they chose to go. So,
Yeah,
so what
yeah.
else was said in the hearing yesterday aside from that?
Well, that's what I was gonna play back for us. Where
Oh,
did
okay.
I'm gonna bring it up. I guess I'll pull it up right where Brett goes to testify because a lot of people I found out didn't get to see it. So I'm
Okay.
gonna speed it up and we're gonna go through it quicker and evaluate it from that point like that.
Okay.
Um, hold on here. Let's see here. Give me a moment.
Detective Payne, I want to look at defendant's exhibit.
Believe so.
And
Case agent, I was assigned to work the.
All right,
Sir, please come forward.
let me kick this up a little faster.
Raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
All right, thanks, sir. Please have a seat. And then when you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
Name is Brett Payne, last spelled P-A-Y-E.
All right, thanks, sir. Ms. Taylor.
thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us your occupation?
I am currently employed by the Moscow Police Department as the detective corporal.
What experience do you have prior to Moscow Police Department?
I was served in the military for 6 years. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police force.
How long have you been with Moscow Police Department?
6 years.
We're here to talk about the case of State of Idaho versus Brian Kohberger. Have you worked on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role in that case?
I was assigned as the case agent for Moscow PD for that investigation.
Does case agent mean you're the person in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I called you the lead detective, would that be a term that's the same thing as person in charge and
Yes,
case
ma'am.
agent?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Now, one thing I will say is he did have military background, but he was not that experienced as a detective.
Right.
So I mean, there could be a little lack there because of that. Not saying that he didn't do his job. Maybe he just didn't have enough experience to understand how something like this is handled. These are just
Yeah.
what guys, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you remember when uh Chief Fry assigned him to be the lead investigator, everybody questioned it, like, why are you taking somebody that doesn't, have a whole lot of experience?
Yeah.
But I believe Chief Fry said that it wasn't the experience, it was just he felt it was Payne's knowledge of things.
Yeah, and that
So,
very well could be. Sure.
yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
There's other officers that are there that have time in the department that have been
Right.
there and through, and I would have imagined that would have made more sense, but who am I? I just
Mhm.
none of us here are attorneys, we're not judges, we're not police officers.
Right.
Even I'm related to a few police officers, and I still don't completely understand how everything works, like this kind of a scenario. And I
Right.
get that. So, that's why I try to use as much common sense and logic as I can with this case and break things down little by little and say, hey, does this
Mhm.
sound right? Does that make sense? What's the deal with this? What's that about? So I try to do that in the regular because if something doesn't sound, if it sounds too ridiculous, like
Mhm.
parachuting into the back deck at the house and breaking in from there, stupid things like that, I'm not going to go with that. I just not, you know what I mean? But,
Yeah. Yeah.
we got to use common sense here. That's a big deal.
There's a
Um,
lot of things I don't understand as well, and I use the process of elimination, and that's kind of how I will get myself to a point of maybe understanding what's going on.
Sure. Absolutely. Absolute. Hold on a minute. 1 second. What is this? Then Calvez were threatening Ann on freaking Facebook group. They said he should snack her neck and that she what?
Really? I haven't looked at the Facebook group, so I didn't see that.
Where did you see that at, Gordon? That's crazy. Excuse me. What's up, Twizzle? Good to see you, bud.
Because
Twizzle,
there's several groups now.
yeah, that's. I'm gonna have to go look for that and see if that's true. That's crazy. Twizzle was there yesterday. He was sitting right over here,
Oh, okay.
to the right of Brian in the back, and that's who he's down here in the chat. So
Ooh, I want to ask Twizzle if Brian's hands are still bright red, like, because I've been so curious to know. Because in the beginning, when he first started coming into court, his hands were so red, like as if, he had like an OCD
he
scrubbing his hands.
overwashes. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
And I wonder now that it's been 18 months if his hands are still like that. I don't know why I've wondered that, but it's just something I've wondered.
Got you. He says I've never looked at his hands. To be honest, you're
Ah,
welcome. You're welcome to jump up here, Twizzle, if you want to, buddy. All right, let's go ahead forward with this.
What were your general responsibilities as the lead detective in the case?
So when I became case agent, I was assigned to work the command post that was established at the Moscow Police Department, along with my partners in Iowa State Police and the FBI. We managed the command post and directed the general direction of the whole investigation.
Would that mean you would be a person to write warrants and affidavits in support of warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct or direct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you search for a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the go-to person and the person in charge for evidence that would be brought into Moscow Police Department to support your case?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Who's in charge?
That would have been our evidence custodian.
As the lead detective, were you aware of the evidence that would be under the control of the evidence custodian?
Not entirely. I was made aware of basically the most pertinent evidence that was coming in, but I was not aware of every single piece of evidence that was brought into the police.
Okay. During the course of, I guess, the investigation from November 13th forward, was there videos that were collected, like a video canvas done of the community?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Is that something you were involved in?
No, ma'am, I was not involved in the direct collection of those videos.
Who is responsible for the video collection and knowing what videos exist?
So the way that worked was individual investigators who went out in the community and collected those videos, brought them back to the police department and provided them to our digital forensics office. And then they were later booked in through that channel.
So the digital forensics office would be the responsible entity to receive these pieces of video surveillance. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I would say it was a dropping off point for those pieces. Yes.
And who is that person?
That was a joint effort between Detective Mallory and several people within the FBI.
Which people within the FBI?
I do not remember.
Detective Payne, I'm asking because last week, Detective Mallory told us that he wasn't in charge of these videos. And I need to know what they are. Do you have any idea who the FBI agents are that were also in charge of this?
I think we could certainly find that out for you, yes, ma'am. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I'm going to need to do that. Let's talk a little bit about what surveillance is out there. These were cameras from different businesses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, as well as some private residences.
Let's focus on the businesses for just a minute. Those would be collected at main points in Moscow where you might find a person of interest, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. We canvassed pretty much the entire city of Moscow looking for places that were willing to or could provide us video.
And was it also important to think about if somebody were to come into or leave Moscow, the kind of video cameras you might find on those areas?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
And that would be the east-west road between Moscow and Pullman, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Referring to
Good to hear,
SR270/Pullman Road. They wanted that to refer to.
I know that as the Moscow Pullman Highway.
Yep.
I think that's the same thing, or Highway 8.
Works for me.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Welcome,
And
Heather.
also important in that video collection would be the north-south Highway 95, the north end of Moscow and the south part of Moscow. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you collected business videos or had that done, but who I need to talk to about this would be Detective Mallory or an unnamed FBI agent. Do I
Or
understand that?
the agents who were the officers, investigators who collected that specific video would have written reports, to the best of my knowledge, stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z. That would be the best person to speak to about that particular video.
But if they collected it and gave it to Moscow Police Department or the digital evidence people, isn't it your department that I'd be looking at to say, where is this now?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to talk about some of those specific ones, but you brought up residential cameras in that canvas as well. Are you talking about things like Ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Ring cameras and other sorts of private security systems that people may have had.
Ring cameras have a way of sending out a notice to Ring
Thanks for
camera
joining me
owners
up here,
to check
Avery.
their data. Is that right?
I believe so.
Was that done in this case?
I do not remember if that was done or not.
Are you familiar?
And again, like I said, I know this is standard for to hear these answers, but he does it a lot, guys, and that's what my only kind of like. Well, you should have looked into these things. You should have went back and like refreshed on it. I don't know. I don't. Maybe he didn't handle that part of it either. That's another thing. Like I don't know. I'm not saying that he's a bad person or did anything nefarious. I'm just saying I'm these things should have been answered a little bit better, I think.
Familiar with some of the Ring cameras or home surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
In particular, I think your affidavit talked about one on Indian Hills Road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How did that camera come to your attention?
I believe Detective Vargas for Spring PD, she contacted the residents at that, or the person who lived at that residence, and they provided that camera footage to Detective Vargas.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just a video canvas, best of my knowledge.
Now, I want to talk about some of the specific businesses, and you mentioned that I'd be looking at a police report to tell me if it existed or not. As the case manager or the detective, are you familiar with the reports from other officers that may have talked about turning in videos?
Some of them, certainly not all of them.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that he be handed two defendants' exhibits. They are RR and SS. No, thank you. One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the steamer station.
So the Pullman Road that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road within the city of Moscow?
Correct.
Okay.
I think that Red Star coffee place is going to play a part in this, an interesting part, or a significant. Sorry, lack of better. Should have said better terming, but I think it's going to be a decent part of what's going on with this because it's been brought up more than once. So I see something happen. No problem, Avery. No worries. Thank you for joining me. Salty saying that defense attorneys lately want itemized discovery because they're receiving large data dumps. It's a problem, and don't. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, she's already explained that when she's receiving some of this stuff, that it's all disorganized and all chunks here, chunks there, missing pieces. I think that needs to be a little bit more organized. And I mean, maybe that's not their job, but I'm just saying that's crazy. I don't know. And to get it itemized, I mean, I think they should have every single piece of what's gonna be needed to be used to give a suspect a fair trial, whether to prove whether he's guilty or innocent. That's my opinion, though. All witnesses are prepped, not their first time testifying. Right. So again, you should have went back and like refreshed on this, dude. What's up with that? You knew exactly what she was going to be talking to you about. This is your job. This is a really heavy case. It's very important. Your testimony could mean something important. You know what I mean? With what you're talking about, you don't know. And you should have just been a little more prepared, in my opinion. That's all.
And if you look at Exhibit RR, and if I can draw your attention to on page 2 to paragraph 9 and page 3, paragraph 9 continues over there.
I gotta say, lady, I personally think that he's been kind of decent to the defense. He's given the defense some things that he really didn't have to, and he's giving her the opportunity to portray some things I don't think he had to give her the option to get out there the way he did, and been kind of like come on, let's bring it on. You know what I mean? That part I'll have to say, and he seems to be pretty intently listening to all of this. You know, there's a lot of chaos that has come through this, and he's not that guy to play in those games. You can tell he doesn't want to. So I'll say that, but I'm not saying that I can't understand why you feel like you do in some senses.
Based on your review of that, am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask where it is?
That would be through the evidence custodian and NPD. That'd be my
Welcome,
best
Drew.
direction for you.
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists.
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at Defendant's Exhibit SS now. Don't put our ROA. I think we might go back there in just a minute. But SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1.
Okay.
Would I be correct in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Money's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Money's Machine?
I don't know where Monday's machine is, ma'am. It does not sound familiar to me.
Can you
And see, there's little things like that that kind of bugged me. He was a patrol officer for Moscow, right? He's been there for a little while. You should know these places, guy. What's up with that?
see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you know where Money's Machine might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
Well, let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the evidence custodian and Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute. And if you can turn with me to page 4. I'll draw your attention to paragraph number 21, particularly subparts B, C, D, and G. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first
I
sentence
agree,
in that
thank you.
paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way. Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the video that have been turned into the evidence lab in Moscow PD.
I want to talk a little bit. I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote.
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content. So I think I have questions answered. Thank you. Let's talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Brian Kohberger?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd, 2022. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit. First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd, 2022?
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay. There was a part of the affidavit where you talked about
Hey, Barbie.
WAU officers identifying white Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year 2016 Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel, who's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, it would be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what.
Okay. Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white Elantras. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with. Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date.
Did you have some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation with this officer from Washington, it related backwards to when he noticed an Elantra. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Brian Kohberger?
I do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information. Can you narrow it down?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those two dates, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Brian Kohberger?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Brian Kohberger was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I'm going to have to say, Chief, that those two pullovers in Indiana, they were completely involved in this, and they were absolutely during the surveillance time that they were watching him, I think. I'll be honest with you. I really do believe that.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I call those the 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page.
Yep.
All right. You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T. Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. If that makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
The records were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So, no, ma'am, I'm not. So, He was the one who was conveying that information to me so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balance?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am. Not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located. At the time, Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department about 30 feet down the hallway.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if you texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory. Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nicholas Balance?
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that exchange, the one at the top of the second.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Seems vaguely familiar.
So just so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
So when you wrote the second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Brian Kohberger's call detail records or AT&T records, but you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was Detective, or excuse me, Special Agent Balance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you.
Not that I do. I have what we've marked as defendant's B.
Are you referring to there's 2 maps, the WSU focus map you're referring to? It's completely washed out on this copy. I can't see what it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. So where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilly with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map how?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am. Memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Poland. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that now?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Poland.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you.
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cash report. That's the only cash report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
So on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
Already? And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilly at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
and all of this work is done with verbal communication, is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
And I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay. You wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI Agent Balance and Detective Mallory were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian Kohberger?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but
And-
specific stuff.
and receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I can have just a minute.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I thought you were just stepping off, so.
Anybody else in here down in chat like to join me up here to talk about any of this stuff? You're welcome to. Let me know if you choose to.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
To your knowledge, have all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you facilitated the defense visiting MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me the process for collecting video surveillance.
So in this investigation, the way that played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvassing?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
Easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned. Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow Pullman Highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it true we've turned over video for banks
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes,
Isn't it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
yes,
Now let's talk about the Troy Highway towards Troy. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Isn't it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
yes,
as well as apartments?
yes.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relay that to me, I can put that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection leading.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. I don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in 2 separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
Welcome, Thomas.
Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to us. And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. Do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Brian Kohberger left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
I do not recall the time frame of that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful would need to cover a time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Kohberger. Is that fair to say?
You can say that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Watson Kari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour of video also?
Sound vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody could find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together, though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together, we take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine
Sure.
and Watson Kari Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Taylor, anything to follow up on that? Ms. Jennings?
Oh, just one second. Thank you. I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Kohberger or White Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay, what does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, that states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, McKean Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga and Moose River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Moose River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard, if memory serves.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Kari Construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Are you testifying that Mr. Kohberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, more towards Genesee, and there is the line that starts there. However, I'll direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route of travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video footage.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection.
Not one video depicting the car.
To my memory, no.
Good enough, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
So you're just not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow,
Yes, ma'am.
and that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time, attempting to find additional video footage.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection.
Not one video depicting the car.
To my memory, no.
Good enough, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, great. Can this,
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, I just came up here so you didn't go to sleep.
No, I'm not gonna go to sleep. They do not have the relevant hours. No, I am tired, but listening to this, wah, rah, 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 yeah, I can get what you're saying. I appreciate it, but I won't. I promise. But thank you. It's still nice to have somebody up here. Either way, that way we can talk about it when we talk about it. So, welcome. You done working?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good stuff. All right, on we go.
Detective, Payne be excused at this point?
He can be, thank you.
Okay, any objections? All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. You can, you're free to stay or leave.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call Cyray.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and the guilty of perjury?
I do. Right. Thank you. So you go ahead and have a seat there, and then please state your name and spell your last. I, Ray, R-A-Y. Thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
Have a handful of
All right, I'm gonna skip forward through this part because we don't need to see this again. We all know what he does and his experience and stuff like that.
Speed. Did some training courses as well that we created on driving testing. So through the years with training, does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe everyone's details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm maybe it's stagnant.
Program. Have you testified as an expert in this field?
I have. If it's not 100 times, it's right there near it. Roughly 100 times in both state and federal.
And have you been qualified as an expert in state courts,
Yes.
in federal courts?
Yes.
How about Idaho?
Don't think I have, and I don't know. I can't. I've consulted on a lot of cases.
Well, I see a couple comments in chat. He did leave right after he testified, but he does come back in and sits down in here. So I don't know if he had to go to the potty or call back to, well, I don't know what he had to do, but he went out and he came back in at some point. So
And I don't think I've ever had testimony.
This is your first time then?
I believe it is.
Generally, when you work, and I'm talking about when you've done your consulting work or worked with an agency to do what you do to review the records.
welcome back, Mom.
Analyze the data. Do you usually work with the defense?
This is the first time I've ever testified for this.
Fair to say you usually are a prosecution witness?
That is a very fair statement.
Well, here you are, and you're working with us in Mr. Kohberger's case. What's your role in this case?
Trying to conduct an analysis of all of the geolocation data, at this point still focused primarily on Mr. Kohberger's device, but ultimately all devices. But any geolocation data, which is the ability to look at a specific area, whatever range or size that might be at a specific time, and put some type of accuracy and reliability to a phone's travel. Maybe it's stagnant, maybe it's moving, when it's not moving, it's off, it's on. Those type of things, but specifically as it relates to network, so the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, I am not a forensics digital guy. I don't get into cell extractions. I'm not looking at the metadata on the phone. I'm looking at it very much as a network.
If I can make a rough distinction, you're not the person that's going to tell me who they called and which Facebook groups they might be a part of. You're not going to look at the data from the phone like the photographs, but you're going to tell me the places this phone went and how it was used while it went somewhere.
Kind of. Let me clean that up a little bit. I will look first at where I believe the phone went, where it traveled, how it got there, how long it took, possible routes. And then to your point, I call it cooperative data. I'm then going to seek out all that data you just talked about to say, okay, well, we have these 3 photographs, we have this piece of surveillance video, we have these 4 receipts. I'm going to overlay it with my analysis so that I can corroborate the analysis accurate. Or maybe we see activity associated with that person and the phone's not there. Does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe surveillance details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm not the guy that's going to go out and extract that data.
Would it be fair to say that that's data that you would use in a final analysis as it comes in from other sources, that you're the go-to for me to understand how a phone works with a tower and how it moves between towers if the phone's in motion somewhere?
Yes, 100%.
You talked a little bit about drive test data or drive testing and that being part of the company that you developed and part of the work that you've done. Is that helpful in understanding the ultimate picture?
Depending on the type of records we're dealing with, it can be very helpful. When we're looking at just basic call detail records, CDRs, a lot of times we're just getting connections to a particular cell site and we can say a side of that cell site. Sometimes the frequencies that are used. Drive testing is really the only way to get a little bit more specific with where that phone may be. But more importantly,
Now, this drive testing stuff is really important, you guys. For those of you that were not in here yesterday, because I know that quite a few of you weren't. Welcome, Michelle. Welcome. Good to see you, and Alicia. This stuff is kind of important. The drive testing stuff is very important to the case, and it's, in my opinion, one of the most important things, and it's what we need to be paying attention to. So for those of you that didn't hear it or don't get it, this is where something that needs to be heard, in my opinion.
we can start to rule out areas we know it's not by drive testing. So just think of drive testing as a forensic evaluation of the actual cellular network in a particular area.
Sure. Are you familiar with AT&T records?
I am intimately familiar with AT&T records.
How long do you think you've been working with AT&T records?
28 years.
In our case that we're here on today, have you reviewed any AT&T records that relate to Mr. Kohberger?
I have.
What have you reviewed?
What AT&T refers to as their regular CDRs, which is a report to AU as an atom unit. I have identified the report CT as Charles Tom, which is the subscriber information. There's a really weird name called Locabor, which is AT&T's attempt to estimate general locations using latitude and longitude. I don't want to say GPS because it is different than GPS. I believe I've looked at some ping data from December. For the most part, that's what I've reviewed so far.
Have you looked at 2 separate AT&T warrant returns from December 23rd, 2022?
I have.
In your experience with working with AT&T records, is it common or uncommon to have 2 warrants, one that relies on the content of the first and that's the same day?
It's not uncommon to see a small time period that produces results that would increase the desire or the need for a bigger time period of records. Seeing that entire process happen twice in the same day is extremely rare.
The first AT&T record, we called it today the 48-hour AT&T record, that's Brian's call detail record. If you were to take that and do an analysis on a call detail record, how long would that take?
Depends on the analysis. So I'll qualify that answer with looking at what was put into the second warrant that shows us at least parts of that analysis to include a route that was identified. To do it reliably and feel comfortable that I'm accurate, at least 3 hours. And that's if you know what you're doing and you have all the tools at your disposal. Arguably, you could spend half a day or more doing that very easily.
To do that, do you just take these records, printed copy, and know what's on there, or do you have to do something with those records?
You have to use some type of a mapping platform software, and you would take the digital copy, which is typically a text file. You would import it into that program, which would then map everything. But if I'm going to use those results, search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy. Because in theory, if I am wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
In that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program and a map would be produced?
Correct.
What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the locavor, LOCAVOR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file. It typically does not transmit very well to government email. So they would direct users of where they could go online and download.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program, what does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites. So it would take a while to really look at that. The regional cell site list would show me the cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you, or does it create something that you can reference to write your next warrant?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can.
I agree. I'd love to be there right now.
Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type
It'd
of
be
map.
pretty awesome.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this past
Yeah, I'd
draft
love to see
that we
that.
heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the FBI CAS team producing a CAS draft report on the 23rd. I think he's probably mistaken that he saw some type of CAS work product, which would be this map, before they export all those results into a report. So I believe that he probably saw some mapping through a mapping platform. It would really surprise me if there was a physical report. It would be completely out of character.
In that first AT&T report, did you, or request search warrant affidavit, did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that in either return?
I have not seen any timing data in this case.
In December of 2022, did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
And in May of 2023, how's it different to that May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to the state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Let's talk about the return on the second AT&T warrant. Did that have the tower list, the regional tower list in it?
It did not.
Did it have call detail records?
It did.
What time span?
I believe it's from June 23rd of 2022. The historical was as of the date of December 23rd, but there was also a real-time pin register that was added that extended, I want to say, to the end of December, maybe very first of January.
What's a real-time pin register?
So the second search warrant asked for a couple of different things. Historical records going back to June 23rd to the current date, which was December 23rd. The second piece that was asked for is real-time data from the network, which is commonly referred to as a pin register, trap and trace. And it's the ability of law enforcement to monitor network connections in real time. So as that phone connects to the network for certain reasons, I can see those connections. It's not a wiretap. I can't hear anything. I can't see content, but I can tell the phone is connected to a particular cell tower. There's also what's referred to as ping data, and that's going to be AT&T's estimation of where the phone is at, and that's provided by latitude and longitude, and that comes in every 15 minutes.
What is the purpose of one of those devices?
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might do this. This search warrant actually says they were requesting these because they were trying to locate where Mr. Kohberger was.
Going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of delay and the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. Kohberger is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. Kohberger was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only did they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an
Okay, so if you guys didn't hear this, pay attention to this too. It's kind of interesting at least in my opinion.
agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in.
One of those devices.
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might do this. This search warrant actually says they were requesting these because they were trying to locate where Mr. Kohberger was.
Going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of delay and the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. Kohberger is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. Kohberger was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only did they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in the garage at night. It's a very expensive resource. It's a very technical resource that requires a lot of training and skill to use properly. So typically when it's used, it is used for, hey, we don't know where this person's at and we need to find them. And to be very honest, I don't have an issue with that part. I've used it thousands of times. It's a good tool. It's a great tool. However, if I know where a subject is and I'm physically watching him, it's probably disingenuous for me to get a search warrant justifying it that I need to find him.
Makes sense. Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk about the CASBIZ program. Okay. Are you familiar with the CASBIZ program?
I am.
Why?
I've worked with a lot of agencies that have used it and accessed it. So I've worked on cases where we've used different mapping platforms to do kind of a compare and contrast as a peer review. So they would create a work product, we would create a work product, and we would check each other's work. Because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the accuracy. We want to see if there's any errors in that. I would say I probably have worked with the CASBIZ reports several dozen times, maybe as many as 50. I'm aware of some of the updates they've made. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that they have added a feature that you can now input tower density, so you can create these estimated ranges, if you will.
I haven't. That's sad. I haven't seen anybody make fun of it. I wouldn't. I love it. Hello, Annie. That's fine. You shouldn't be making fun of stuff if you don't know what it is either. You can learn a lot of things from that place. You know, from my understanding, I've seen advertisements for it and stuff. a lot of resources they show and things like that. So it'd be an interesting thing to go to, in my opinion. So
And I'm very familiar with the basic settings that have certain controls you can do, like time zone. What time zone am I going to have? Am I going to use the coverage density? Am I going to save my work? Am I going to just exit the program? I physically have seen those features a number of times.
As it relates to this particular case, have you had a chance to look at any exhibits prepared by Detective Mallory using the CAPTABIZ program?
Yes, but I should clarify. One of them I'm pretty familiar with. I believe it's State Exhibit 48 that was used for the grand jury. The others I had never seen until I believe it was last week. So I'm probably gonna have to look at those if you're gonna ask me questions on those. But State's 48 I'm pretty familiar with.
I want to ask you a question about that. I'll ask you some other questions about the records we received last week. I'm going to have you handed what was admitted last week as States R, just another my copy of it so that you know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I'm curious about what was needed to go into CAPTABIZ to create that.
So when I open the CAPTABIZ program, I have to input what I'm going to refer to as source data. So let me define source data is any data that is in electronic format, typically a text file, that the CAPTABIZ program is going to link to this mapping session and use that source data to create the images we're seeing. I can tell you right off the bat, without a doubt, this one is linked to two different source data. One is going to be a set of CDR records, so the regular AT&T CDRs. And then this particular exhibit would require the regional AT&T tower list, which is a text file that contains all of the cell site locations, most likely be Western Washington, Idaho, and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Western Montana is typically that region. But there's
why would you step away, Firefly? What are you talking about? I don't think anybody said anything to you. Unless you need to do something. I don't know. Okay.
no way this map was created without the AT&T tower list. It's physically impossible.
Is the AT&T tower list, was that contained in the call detail records that were obtained by search warrants relating to Mr. Kohberger?
It was not.
All right. And in the CAPTABIZ program, when you input the CDR call detail records and you input the tower list, does that program create any type of log?
It does, and I want to make the record really clear on what I'm testifying to, because it can get kind of confusing when we start talking about different versions. The CAPTABIZ program offers two styles of mapping. I can just default to a normal size, what they're going to refer to as a wedge shape, which is representing the sector the device connected to. If I was doing that, all I need is the AT&T records, because the AT&T CDRs actually have the tower information that's required for that mapping. As soon as I change that feature, though, to add coverage areas, the estimated coverage areas, and now these little wedge shapes or these sectors are all different sizes, the CAS program has to be linked to a tower list that has location of all of those towers. That's the only way the program knows how to size the cell sites. So I just want to clarify, if I'm mapping the CDRs without coverage areas, all I need is the CDRs. If I'm mapping the coverage areas in the CAS program, I have to have a tower list. This one, I can see three different sectors. Two of them, if anybody sees this exhibit, just to make the record really clear, they're really hard to see. One of them is just under the N as in Nora, under the word Pullman. The other one is right by the L in Pullman. But they're different sizes. And that tells me right off the bat that the AT&T tower list is used.
Thank you.
And why are they different sizes?
Cell tower density. We see a great big sector right in the middle of this map. And I'm not familiar with the area here. It's basically south of Pullman and south of Moscow, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of cell towers out there. So one tower covers a very large area. Then the other two are going to be in Pullman. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but I believe they are going to be ones that are on Washington State University campus. A lot more cell towers. The coverage is much smaller. So it's just a way to look at tower density to kind of estimate how far certain towers may connect to a phone where others may have a very short range.
And is it based on that difference in towers that causes you to know that a certain type of tower report was used?
Yeah, it is a basic algorithm that uses tower density, and the only way to determine tower density is to have a list that has all of the towers, not just the ones that were used by the cell phone.
Okay. Do we have the list of the tower list that was used by Detective Mallory in developing that exhibit?
Detective Mallory stated he did not use a tower list to create this exhibit, so no, but I'm not sure how to answer that other than I haven't seen one.
Should it be there?
It is physically impossible to create this map without it.
If you had the logs from the CastViz program, would that give you more information about what was used?
It would. We would need the CastViz program as well. The logs are saving certain settings, and it's a JSON format, which is just a software language. We could load that JSON file into the CastViz program, and for the most part, we could replicate exactly what was done.
If I understand that, to turn it around, in order to replicate that and to see what was done, you would need a CastViz program. Is that right?
Correct, and preferably the same version that was used.
And you need a JSON file that was made by Detective Mouth. Is that right?
Correct, and depending on where the software program is, we would probably need the source data again because it may not be automatically linked. Anybody who did PowerPoint 10 years ago, you make a PowerPoint on one computer, you save it on a thumb drive, you go to a different computer, all the links are broken. It could create a situation like that. So you would probably need the original source data as well, just to be sure.
What's the original source data?
In this case, it would be the AT&T CDRs and the cell tower, the regional cell tower list.
From that time?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, no, if we're trying to recreate this work, this is where it gets a little bit complex. We would need the exact AT&T tower list that Maori used but didn't use, which makes it really difficult because AT&T updates these on a fairly regular basis. If he used a November list and I use an April list, the results could be different.
Okay. Why would the results be different? And given the month of the video?
AT&T could have added or subtracted cell sites in the area, which would change the tower density. They could also reconfigure those cell sites so maybe they point different directions. Given the rural area, 2 or 3 months, I don't think you're going to see much of a change, but it's always possible. So if we're talking about recreating this exhibit exactly the way it was, we would need not just the regional tower list, we would need to know which version of the regional tower list to use.
Is that generally why people in your field save their work?
We're talking best practices 101. We're creating a work product that is going to be used in a forensic nature, not showing how an extraction is done, not showing the source data that I use to create an exhibit. It happens, but for the most part, it's on purpose, especially somebody who is a subject matter expert in digital forensics. I won't say I haven't seen it, but it is rare.
Let's move on and talk about the cast draft. Have you, I'm sorry, Ms. Bailey, the cast report draft? Have you,
Can I ask how much longer on this? Because we're 90 minutes. I need to give the court order break. But if you're going to finish, in 5 or 10 minutes, that's probably fine.
Your Honor, I would say we probably have 15 or 20 minutes or so. If the court wants to do a break, we can, or
Yeah, let's take a recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Relax.
All right, I'm gonna skip through this.
You're gonna skip through the break? Judge had to pee.
Yeah, well,
Okay, we are back on record. This is
I'm afraid to turn this up any faster because then we won't be able to understand what they're saying. I'm gonna try it and see what happens. If you can't understand it, let me know. I'll turn it back down. I want to get through this quicker. Congrats, Mr. Leslie. Thank you for being part of the community. You all appreciate it very much. Very much. No, what? What are you saying no to, Salty? Hey, Willie. Shut up, Willie. Sarcastic ass. Thank you very much, Leslie. What were you saying no to, Salty? Okay.
State versus Kohberger.
Fast Spade.
2805. Everybody I identified previously.
What did you say, Kimber?
She was she was saying no to fast speed.
are still here in the courtroom. Mr. Cy Ray is testifying. We are still under that. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ray, when we left off at our break, I was about to talk to you about the CAS draft report.
Okay.
So we'll start there. Have you reviewed a CAS draft report in Mr. Kohberger's case?
I have.
And from your review of that report, can you tell what records were relied on by Agent Balance to create that report?
That report would include, he had to have the AT&T CDRs, the full 6 months, a tower list to make some conversions that I'm seeing on the report, and also drive test data, which would be another form of source data, and then a mapping platform to ingest the drive test data into, to analyze it, to create these shapes that are then put into the draft report.
Okay, I think I have that. Do we have the same call detail records that Nick Balance used to create his draft report?
Yes, well, I believe so.
Do those records appear to come from the December 23rd, 2022 to AT&T warrants?
I would say primarily the second warrant from what I've reviewed.
And is that because the CAST draft report spans the full 6 months of those records?
That is correct.
Okay, and those records, did those come from the second AT&T search warrant?
That is also correct.
Can you tell anything about the tower report or how the tower information was used by Agent Nick Balance?
The tower identifiers
Come out
that
there,
are
Willie. I know what that means.
but predominantly used in the CAS draft report did not come from the report AU. There's a conversion that can be made, and someone would have to have the national AT&T tower list, or at least the regional list. And I would take information from the CDRs. I would look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list, and I could get certain identifiers.
Don't be calling people malakas in here, Willie. You forget my best friend was Greek. I know what all them words mean, bro. Remember?
That are now being populated to the CAS report, if that makes sense.
Do we have a copy of the tower list that you believe was used?
We recently received 4 different versions. And when I say versions, they're just by month. And I believe we have August, September, November, and maybe December, maybe it's in October and after that. So far, I've only had time to look at the November. And from what I can tell, all of that appears to be accurate.
Would we need the October or the missing month to be able to do our work accurately?
It's a really good practice. I'm sure that's why the FBI included it. If I'm mapping records over a long period of time, like in this case, 6 months, I do want to see the different versions of the tower list to make sure that if a change was made within the network during that 6-month period, a tower I map in July may map differently in November. So it is important to have that data.
We have 4 of 6 months, but not the other 2.
Correct. It would be helpful to even maybe see May, because there may not have been an update made in late June, early July. So May.
I know, bro. I was just messing with you. But I do know what those words mean. So no worries, buddy. I know what you're saying. Believe me, I know what you're saying.
This would be what I would start with.
Can you tell if drive testing was done to create that CAST draft?
Yes, there's images in the latter part of the report of around slides 100 and above. I believe there's a total of 4 images that were populated to that report that would require drive testing.
When somebody's doing drive testing, do you expect data to be produced?
Absolutely. Creating a work product that uses drive testing and then coming into court and testifying without the drive testing is no different than creating an exhibit like this and then saying, well, we don't have to produce the AT&T records that created this. The source data for drive testing is the drive test.
Do we have the drive testing that was done by the FBI to help create that report?
We have what I believe is the majority. There are some significant pieces missing. I can't say that those missing pieces exist and haven't been turned over, or they were erroneously not collected. I don't know which, but there are some pretty significant pieces that are missing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But first, I want to know when you first saw drive testing data that was produced to us in Discovery. What did that cover?
I found a file in the Discovery, I want to say early December, that included drive test, but it was about a 3-minute sample that covered less than a quarter of a mile in a completely irrelevant location. So it added no value to my analysis at all.
What were you looking for? What time frame and location were you looking for based on the CAS draft report review?
I would expect significant drive testing around any location that coverage maps were being used in the CAS report. I would expect significant documentation on potential routes that this device may have taken. I would expect significant documentation on the crime scene.
You just told us that you think we have most of it, but there's some significant parts that are missing.
Yeah, and I want to qualify that just so it's really clear, because I understand it's starting to get very technical. There's over 500,000 lines of data that was turned over. So I will make it clear, there's a lot of data that has been produced. I would say, in my opinion, looking at what's been produced, probably 2 or 3% is missing, but it's not the amount of data or the time of the data, it's the locations of the data. Some of the most significant locations in this case, we're missing some data.
Those significant locations, have they been depicted or captured on the CAS draft report?
They have.
And tell me what those locations are. What are we missing?
I am unable to find any measurements along, I believe it's 270, the Moscow-Pullman Road. If you drove the most direct route from Pullman to Moscow or vice versa, pretty much as soon as you're leaving Pullman to the time that you arrive in Moscow, we are missing that entire stretch. If there's ever been a case that we need to look at, what does it look like when a phone travels from Pullman to Moscow? This is probably the case. We have the neighborhood around the crime scene, but we don't have the crime scene. Normally, that wouldn't be too terribly significant, because if it's a flat area, there's not a lot of vegetation or mountains, you could probably interpret the same. The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence or in front of the residence. I can't find any drive test data that actually encapsulates any part of the property.
I was kind of curious about that too. Perimana Malakas Manis. There you go, Willie. I'll speak your language. I just thought that was interesting that you can't find any piece of that encapsulates the property. I thought that was quite interesting. I'm not saying it's a big deal. It's just interesting to me is all I'm saying. Yes. Moving. So you know what that means, bro. I see you do. All right, moving forward. Still awake, Kimber?
You talked about
I'm still awake.
the device that helps do the.
I'm just reading chat. Somebody said they thought it was, they recall watching them fly Kohberger from PA back to Idaho on a private plane. That didn't seem normal at all, but.
Say that again?
Somebody said Amy said she recalls watching them fly Kohberger from PA back to Idaho on a private plane. She said that didn't seem normal at all, but I don't think most people would.
Well, here's the thing. The guy was accused of being a quadruple murderer.
Yeah, I don't think most people would have wanted to.
They don't want to put him on a charter plane, a commercial plane. They needed to keep him separate from everybody else. So that's why they brought him on a private plane.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is. And it's for the safety of everybody else. So no biggie. Hi, LA. What's going on? Doc, good to see you. What are you guys talking about? Guilters and stuff in here. Don't be being mean to each other, all you Malakas. Since Willie had to come in here speaking Greek to everybody. I'm just teasing. Anyway, onward and upward. Here we go. I got you, Salty. I understand now, hon. Sorry. Be careful while you're driving. Don't text me. Just drive.
Yeah, just drive, Salty.
It makes me nervous. Just drive. Don't worry about what I'm saying. Just
I know she'll be listening, and all of a sudden I'm driving, and I'm like, stop. She'll be like, I'm at a red light. I'm like, stop.
Yeah, I don't want to be responsible for that. So here we go.
What's that called?
It's a drive test scanner.
Yes, Angela. I read those already earlier.
Hi,
hello,
man.
Miss Meg. Good to see you. Okay, as long as you're being careful, Salty, that's all that matters. I'm sure you're smart enough to do that.
Most common one used in law enforcement is created by Road and Schwartz, that same company I referred to earlier. I'm familiar with the hardware that the FBI uses, and it is a Road and Schwartz scanner.
Is it called Gladiator?
Gladiator is the company that sells the product to the FBI. Gladiator actually buys this product from Rogue Schwartz and it does what they call white labeling. So they buy the hardware from Rogue Schwartz and they kind of slap their sticker on it and they put their software in it and then they sell it to the FBI. But ultimately it is a Rogue Schwartz piece of hardware.
And once you have that piece of hardware, once you have this device, does it just work forever, or is there anything that has to be done to ensure it's working properly?
It is a technical piece of equipment that takes measurements. It is required to be calibrated. The best way that for probably everybody important to think of, if we go a little old school, is the old breath test. If you had a DUI and law enforcement couldn't produce the calibration records of the breath test, it was really problematic. Similar thing here. We want to see that the device is calibrated. In this case, it's really important because, keep in mind, I reviewed thousands of these drive tests over my career. There is a significant gap that I believe there's something malfunctioning in the equipment or the operators are just not paying attention. I can't tell you which one it is. So in this case, the calibration records to show that that device is functioning properly are really critical.
Do we have those calibration records on the device that was there more than one device used?
There's actually 2 devices used.
And was this drive test done on just one day? Is this a one-time shot?
No, I think there's maybe 5 days total that I've seen drive test data collected.
Okay. So now let's talk about the calibration for this instrument or this machine. Did we get records for all the machines that were used by the FBI in this case?
We got the calibration records that were taken prior to the use of these of the samples. It'd be really helpful to have the calibration records after the use. So we kind of need to bookend those because we know that it left Rogue Schwartz factory in October and everything was working great. When it came back, we don't know when it came back and we don't know if it was functioning properly when it came back. It's not uncommon for there to be errors. If I saw a report and said it came in and it had 2 errors, it's not the end of the world. The sky doesn't fall. You have to get into the documentation to see what those errors were. Normally, the device kind of self-calibrates itself. If you know what you're looking at, the major concerns that you would see the calibration is off, it becomes very obvious because results are really flawed. That's where I have a concern in this case is we have what I consider a significant chunk of data for specifically a location where the instrument is running. There's no doubt it's functioning, but it's not properly collecting AT&T data, which is concerning as to why.
Because there were multiple drive tests done, and you talk about bookending these calibration reports, would you need to bookend all of the time that the drive testing was done with these calibration reports? And what I'm saying is if there's something done in November and then drive testing done in December and then more drive testing done in January and then maybe some in March, do you need the bookend calibration reports around each of those drive tests?
You would. To date, I haven't seen any drive test data, I believe, beyond January 5th. And I'm not sure the time zone, so maybe it could creep into January 6th. But if there's any drive test data after the first week of January, I'm unaware.
Okay. So in our case, which months are we missing?
For the calibration?
Yes.
Whatever the next calibration, the FBI would choose when to send these devices in. So whenever that next calibration report was generated for these 2 devices.
On the calibration certificates we have, I think you told us that after the maintenance, it went back into service and passed inspection, was functioning properly.
But when it came in, it didn't have multiple errors, but when it went out, it was functioning properly.
Okay. Is that why you need to see the next one on the other side of the drive testing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when we're thinking about the data the drive test data that we have that's missing some significant portions, could it be because the machine wasn't working right all the time they tried to do drive testing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also possible that the FBI agents using this machine weren't properly trained to do the drive test data or to do the drive testing and collect data?
I know of the 2 FBI agents from prior lives. I believe they're properly trained.
So we're looking at either the machine itself isn't functioning properly, or could that data have been pulled out of what we got?
If we're talking about possible scenarios that would cause the shortcoming of data, maybe it was never captured in the first place. I can't speak to that. The machine erring, at least during one portion of this drive test, I've seen similar errors before. I'm pretty sure they had a small period of time where it had been a very busy day and it kind of gave up for a little while, like any computer will, and needed to be reset. Could things be extracted and us not know? That's always possible. I can't rule that out.
Is the missing data important to you to fulfill your duties in Mr. Kohberger's case?
I don't recall when I got involved in this case on the day where I could actually start looking at evidence. I've had a concern since the very first day I saw the cast draft report that there are significant errors in the drive testing. It was before I even saw the drive testing. I can look at the coverage areas and I can tell you they're wrong. So yes, it's not a concern that they're wrong. People make mistakes. We can fix things. It's a concern that I still don't have the source data that any expert, not just myself, but anybody could sit down and look at and say, okay, I see what's happening here. Here's how we fix this. Unfortunately, that mistake has a ripple effect, and I'm seeing multiple errors that are happening as a result. So that's why this data is important, is we've reached a point that we need to determine, is this just human error? Is this accidental? Is it intentional? Is there other things at play here that's changing this narrative to where there's clearly some manipulation of the original data?
And having that data, will that help us answer that question?
It's the only way we're going to answer that question.
All right, I have just a couple of other questions for you, and I'm going to depart the cast report and the drive test data a little bit. Set. As an investigator or as a person doing an analysis of this case, did the drive test data tell you where a phone traveled to indicate other investigation that you should do?
Technically, the call detail records tell us that. The drive test data help us become more accurate with that. AT&T is one of the best companies in this particular situation to show device movement because we get a constant connection. So when, and I will emphasize, when all of the data is mapped, and I'm talking about the CDRs, we can get a really good idea. Hey, a phone traveled north for 10 miles and then it traveled east. The drive test data would actually allow us to replicate and recreate these tower handoffs that we're seeing to come up with that first theory. To now we can say, in order to do this and hit these towers in the sequence that it did, it has to be driving on this highway. And then when it went east, it most likely turned onto this highway. So the drive test data helps us get very specific with what the CDRs mean.
As an investigator in performing an analysis work done in this case, when you have the CDRs, the call detail records that tell you where a phone's been, is that useful in directing your investigation to what other evidence might be out there, like videotapes?
I have to qualify my answer to it because I'm not sure if you're asking specifically for this case or in general. Yes, you map all of the data, and especially if you're going to justify 6 months worth of data on somebody's cell phone, you map every single connection that there is in those records. From what I have reviewed, the FBI mapped 6% of the data that came in. Mallory's testimony and what I've seen through here, he was up to about 18%. So by either standard, more than 80% on both accounts were never mapped or accounted for.
Okay, that's where it was confused yesterday. So more than 80% were never mapped or accounted for. He mapped 6%. I had that backwards yesterday. So, okay. That's a problem. Okay. So, I don't know, guys.
I'm not talking overall from every single day for 6 months. I'm talking about the timeframes that are chosen. So, for example, this time period that's represented here is where I'm getting the 18%.
And that's the 48 hours.
This is specifically from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, arguably the most critical time period of this entire investigation. They mapped a handful of connections. When I say handful, they mapped 18%. When you add the other 82%, it tells a much more detailed story. When we put the drive test data on top of that, you can get even more refined. But to answer your question on any case, that's this case, on any case, and we teach best practices. We've established best practices going back to 2008 in law enforcement of what you do with this type of data. It is a terrible practice to justify probable cause for this very detailed call detail records that give breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it. We justify an entire probable cause statement saying we have to have this. Not mapping it and then making decisions in work products with leaving that out is extremely problematic.
Last week, we received some additional records that Detective Mowry found when he was preparing for his testimony on this.
What are you talking about, Dia? But you're impressed because of the 80% on here? Is that what you mean? I don't think it was. I think it was just they kept him separate. The private flight, they wanted to get him back to Moscow in a timely manner, not driving. It's all the way across the country. So they flew him on one of their planes because they didn't want to put him in with the rest of the people on a commercial flight. That's what I mean. Oh, the drum thing. Sorry. Well, I haven't even played for you guys yet, but I've been playing since I was 10. So yeah, I play with drumsticks all day long when I'm. It's just one of my things, my ADHD fidgety stuff. Thank you though. Have you? I've been in a deep discussion. Got you. Sai said he knew in the first 10 seconds that it wasn't Brian. Well, we'll see. We will see, Willie. We will see.
Have you had a chance to review those records?
I have. A couple of them are very technical, so I'm not going to say that I've mastered them yet, but I have a good idea of what was provided and what it means.
Based on your, I guess, not as thorough as you'll do review of these records, do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. Kohberger?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mallory, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything started with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. Kohberger.
Hi, Dara.
I can give examples, but I know it's very technical, so I'm not. It could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. Kohberger. It could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. Kohberger. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
The content of the data, though, is it helpful to us in representing Mr. Kohberger?
It absolutely is helpful. Everything that I've seen to date is concerning to me because it's exculpatory, and I need to clarify this. When all of the records are produced and the dust settles and I have time to review it, I reserve the right to say, no, now I'm seeing everything. Here's what I'm seeing. Because of the piecemealing of the data, because of the missing data, because of data that I'm reviewing that is incredibly inaccurate, everything that is missing is absolutely in the.
Thank you, Bonnie. I can't see who received it, but whoever did, congratulations and welcome to the sauce or welcome back. Either way, thank you so much, Bonnie. I appreciate that very much.
Benefit of the defense right now. There's other reports that I believe are missing that I can't tell you are in the benefit of Mr. Kohberger or in the benefit of the state. If I was contacted on December 1st.
So I see it's you. Congratulations, Meg. Welcome to the sauce. Another meatball in the house, guys. Welcome, welcome. He might change his mind. Well, and he has that option, but we'll see. We'll see.
By Moscow Police Department. There are things I would have absolutely said, you get this today. Do not hesitate, and especially come December 23rd. Not because of who it's helpful for, but because those documents are the only things we're going to get that's going to be able to allow us to interpret what it really means. When we don't get those documents and we piecemeal things, it creates this narrative that is very harmful for the defense's case. As I've got more documents, I'm finding it's not harmful for the defense's case. There's a lot of misstatements that have been made. So yes, to your question, to date, it is very helpful for Mr. Kohberger. I reserve the right to change that opinion in 6 months, depending on what type of documents are released and what's out there.
Fair enough. I need just a minute, but I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray, thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but hold on. The prosecutor might.
All right. Ms. Taylor, anything?
No, no, I don't have any questions at this time.
All right, maybe so it's the excuse.
He may, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ray, you're free to say, you're free to leave if you like. Sure. Thank you. Another witness?
Your Honor, we do not have any other witnesses, and we have argument for the court.
Okay. Let's go ahead then.
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with Ms. NASA. She's going to cover one of the requests specific to the grand jury subpoenas, and then I'll cover the rest of this morning's argument.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, to facilitate this argument on this point, I am going to hand you defense exhibits A and B that were submitted in our records for today. I want you to be able to look at them while I'm talking.
Thank you.
As of today, there have been at least 50 federal grand jury subpoenas that have been issued in this case. Exhibits A and Exhibits B are an example of copies of grand jury subpoenas that we have received out of those more than 50. And what I didn't provide to you that goes behind that what we got with those is the subpoenas include attachment A, which explains what is being subpoenaed. And then what has been produced is the responses to those subpoenas. And in some of the subpoenas, we also have the certification by the person who has produced the records in response to the subpoena. Some of them are missing. We have asked the state to produce all of the subpoenas, and their response.
What do you mean, Salty? I'm in a good mood. I'm joking. Hey, Nelly, I don't see anybody else that's not being... I can't tell, at least. You know, if anybody... Relax, everybody, please. Chill. I think some people just don't know how to take some people, that's all. If that became an issue. But let's just relax, guys. It's just a damn hearing. It's no big deal.
Is that they're not in possession and control of those subpoenas, and they do not intend to use the subpoenas as an exhibit. And we have not justified why we need those subpoenas. And for those reasons, they are not going to produce them. I'd like to begin by saying that as it relates to any argument that the state is not in possession and control, rather than beat the dead horse on that issue, Idaho Supreme Court came down in 2023 and made it crystal clear that anybody that's acting on behalf of as an agent of the state puts those records in the hands of the state, and they need to produce them. State versus Pendleton, 2003. The other thing is that in terms of the state arguing that they are not going to use a subpoena as an exhibit, that is not in and of itself a defense to not produce a document to us. We have a million reasons why we need to look at documents. We understand that out of the 51 terabytes that have been produced, that not all of that is evidence that's going to be coming before the court or the jury, but it doesn't mean that they aren't material or exculpatory. The subpoenas, based on reviewing the records, are in the hands of basically three agents. There is an FBI forensic agent by the name of forensic accountant, Michael Douglas. There's a special agent, Travis Shirley, and there is another agent, Mary Tyndall. These are the three agents that are receiving the subpoenas, reaching out to the providers that they're serving and asking for the documents. For the court to understand why we need these documents, I want to tell you what we're doing with discovery and timelines. There are more than 100 search warrants in this case. There are more than 50 grand jury subpoenas in this case. You've heard all kinds of information about the probable cause affidavit and the timing of that. Timing in this case for the defense is everything. So we are creating timelines that put in the dates of affidavits of warrants, the information that's received, and the date that it's produced. With subpoenas, when we don't get a copy of the subpoena and all we get is the warrant or is the subpoena return, we don't know the scope of what the state has asked for. We don't know the date that the subpoena was served.
You got a membership yesterday again, Nelly. Somebody gifted you. So welcome back to the source. It's great to have you back in the source. I appreciate all you guys, all your meatballs. Thank you for being here. Yeah.
And in some of them, we don't know that there is a certified return. So we can't take our timeline on warrants and our timeline on the probable cause affidavit and our timeline on everything else that we're putting in there and interlay the subpoena information that the state is getting. And we are.
No, you don't have to be in here, I don't think. Oh, wait, yeah, you do. Maybe? I don't know. It was either yesterday or the day before you were gifted. I remember seeing it pop up. So either way, you're still a member, and I appreciate that. So I'm grateful, and it's wonderful to see you.
Desperate to find out the timeline in this case and when the state knew what and when. There's no question that motions to suppress are coming. Motions to suppress are coming on warrants. And whether or not those motions to suppress are based on Frank's material because misrepresentations are made,
Okay, Nelly.
depends on the timeline. So if there's a representation made in a warrant that things happened in a certain way, if we are able to look at the timeline and say, we know that the state knew this when, that gives us an answer on whether or not the suppression issue includes a truthful statement in the affidavit. And if I'm not making sense, I want you to tell me to clarify that. But we need to know the timeline of all of the evidence in this case and when the state knew what it knew, or why certain things were being looked at before Mr. Kohberger's arrest or well into late in the year in 2023 related to the victims, and try to piece together, is that something that the
Yeah, I caught that yesterday. I wrote that down yesterday, Salty, when they mentioned the Frank's motion type thing, or the Frank's material. I'm sorry. It reminded me of back in Delphi when they brought it up in Delphi, and I was like, okay, this is going to be interesting. That I agree. That caught my attention as well.
the state is still seeking because they're pursuing the alternate suspects that exist in this case. There's so many things that we're trying to understand. So what we're asking you to do is enter an order compelling them to produce the subpoenas. You see that they had at least 2 in their possession that they possess, and it will clarify it for us. And we will be able to create our timeline and put all of these things together and know when and why the state was doing these things. And just to add one other component, you're hearing about cell phone records and cell phone records today being produced on warrants. Well, there were several sets of cell phone records that were produced pursuant to a grand jury subpoena.
So JC just messaged me through Discord, said she just got to Nashville on her way to Crime Con. So if you could hear me out there, JC, be careful, be safe, and don't go anywhere by yourself. That's all I'm saying. I don't like Nashville anymore, so just be safe out there, dear.
Still not clear to us why warrant versus subpoena, and they're different providers. And some of it's for phone numbers that we have to figure out who those phone numbers are. But all of this information is critical and material for us to be able to do the case, to do our work in this case. So I would ask that you enter an order to compel. And that way the state has the ability to take that to the FBI agents and say, the court has entered an order, we've got to produce the subpoenas, and we'll get the subpoenas. To the extent that the state may stand up and say, we've got this TUI demands, we've got to deal with TUI. I just want to make it really clear for the court that TUI's not an obstacle. TUI's a hoop to jump through. The code related to 28 CFR 16.21 specifically states that the purpose of TUI is not to prevent federal agents from giving states discovery in a criminal case. Purpose of TUI is because these federal departments want to know when certain records are leaving their files. Understandable, but it's not meant to keep us from getting records that we need in this case.
Thank you. Response?
Well, simply put, we can't give over what we don't have. And we do not have the majority of these subpoenas. What we do have, we've turned over. I reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They advised they're not going to provide.
Why?
Because they don't provide subpoenas. Just like most grand jury material, it's sealed and not typically provided.
Not typically,
Not provided.
but even with a TUI letter, that wouldn't give it. We provide, they wouldn't follow that.
We have not. I'm not sure. But beyond that, though, even if they were to provide.
Yes, I know. I heard that yesterday, Corey, too. I don't know. Nobody else has been talked about. So we'll have to see from there.
It. I still don't understand how this moves the needle one way or the other. You can tell I've detailed there's 71 federal grand jury subpoenas. And in my response, I've detailed exactly what they were for and what records were received so that you can get the scope of what was requested from the actual records. The piece of paper that was given over saying, give us these records is all they're asking for, but they have the records. They have the important part of this
So they have the timing based on the subpoenas
off of
that
the
you
records,
provided to the defense.
off of the records provided. You can tell the scope as well as what they're for. And I've detailed exactly what they were for, the scope, in my response.
Any response?
Judge, I wouldn't be wasting the court's time asking for this if the questions were answered based on the state's response to our request for discovery. Timing is critical on when a subpoena is served, what was the scope, then we can look at the documents to see if they are actually responsive to the scope. And knowing the timing of when that was served versus when it's produced to us is different. And again, I mentioned some of these things are pre-arrest of Mr. Kohberger, and some of it is in the middle, and some of it is, frankly, months after the fact, if not a year after the fact, where they're looking for things related to the victims.
And can I ask a question? Because Ms. Jennings just said that that the dates, well, all the subpoenas that were provided to you, 71 subpoenas, and each one of those had the scope of what the request was in the subpoena, and that it would be dated. No?
That's not true.
That's
not true. No. There are all kinds of different records and different methods that the people that were the businesses and the people that were asked to produce the records produce them in different form. I do not know when they received the subpoena, the timing of it, and I do not know for all of these what was the scope of what was asked for versus what was produced. I do know what's produced, but I don't know the timing. And the answer of the date discovery provided, which is in Exhibit 1, that the date that a discovery is provided to us doesn't answer the first two questions that I have, which is the timing of when they asked for it and the scope that was stated in the subpoena of what they asked for. Some companies were asked probably for a certain number of months, and they didn't have records that were responsive to those number of months, right? Because when the state's doing this investigation, they're not necessarily knowing exactly what records exist. So being able to be specific is important. And I want to touch on this issue of it. It's not in their possession. I get that. But you have complete control over what evidence is going to be coming into this case with your orders. You make it crystal clear, produce it, or it's not coming in. That's the first level of sanction. And then we can just get going from there. Something that's destroyed, you can't produce that, there's going to be a spoliation instruction. Something that we keep repeatedly asking for and it gets past time, we're going to knock the death penalty off the table. You have control to get these issues that we are struggling with fixed by saying, this is my order, produce it, or there's going to be a sanction.
You may be overestimating my power.
I think you're underestimating your power.
Well, I have a good sense of where my power starts and ends. So I don't know. I mean, there's so much discovery that has been.
Those statements there, I didn't catch her statement at first when he says, I think you're overestimating my power. She says, I think you're underestimating your power. She's got a little attitude here. She does, for sure. She ain't afraid to talk to him either. I did notice that.
Shared. Are all of these 71 subpoenas, have they been provided to me at this point? Because I don't think I've seen them.
They went through a federal grand jury. So this, we haven't seen anything in terms of the grand jury testimony transcripts. What I have surmised based on my federal practice, because I spent about 50% of my time in federal court, is that they've used a federal grand jury as an investigative tool because the FBI is partnering with them. That makes complete sense. These subpoenas are in the hands of the 3 agents that I gave you the names of. They haven't come through you. They're in the hands of the agents. And so it's a matter of them gathering the records that those agents have in their possession and providing to us, and it helps us create this timeline in a case where discovery is being given to us as if we're living in a snow globe and it's just swirling around us and we're constantly having to put it together. So, you know, you've asked us several times, what can I do to help you guys get your work done? This is one of those things. Let us see the subpoenas so we can overlay this in our timeline.
But you just want the subpoenas. You don't necessarily are going to get the response.
We have the responses. We have the records, but what the records don't tell us is what was in the subpoena. It's like a warrant return. What is a warrant based on? It's based on an affidavit.
So
Right.
this is what you want, the paper that says,
And the
this is
exhibit.
what we want.
And the exhibit A that's attached to that, which I didn't give you a copy of exhibit A, but exhibit A is attached to each one of those. And then it specifies to the company, you know, you're looking for phone numbers that are this, and this for these dates. You're
That
looking
doesn't have the date on that when
in
it was served.
that, those subpoenas tell us, we know when they are served because it comes back with a date on it. And then,
Right.
and then the attachment A has the scope of what they've asked for. What we've gotten is the documents without, it's like not having the affidavit to the warrant return.
Okay. I think I understand that. And I'm going to go back to Ms. Jennings and just clarify. What have they been given already?
They have been given records in response to all 71 of those federal grand jury
Do they
subpoenas.
have dated on there? Because that's,
Many of them do. You can see that from the description of the conference that I provided
Yeah.
before. I can't say that all of them do, but many of them do.
well, that's
They're
very
way-
important, apparently, for the defense, as Ms. Mathis said that timing is everything here. So I think that's what they're really after. That's one of the things they're after is just the time frame.
We can seek to inquire as to, because what I keep hearing is they need to know the date that these various companies received the subpoena. We can still inquire. It's provided on a lot of these,
Right.
but on the ones we're missing, we can attempt to inquire and find out the date that it was served, and we can still do that without providing the piece of paper.
Well, besides the timing, what's the relevance to this this scope that was requested? Yeah, you know,
What's the relevance?
Yeah.
We're not relying on any of this.
I know, I don't think you're, what do you think they think is relevant?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, Troy.
Where the hell did Kimber go? She
So
didn't
what is the
reply.
relevance? But aside with the timing, okay, and the scope.
Judge, I'm not going to give you the specific date right now in open court on one of the subpoenas, but they used a subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. And they know that,
Okay,
and they are going to use that.
Can I respond?
it's something that I don't know about.
No, I mean, you probably,
I've been-
you do know of it. It's in the probable cause affidavit.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Jennings, you
What I
want
can tell you is that for the majority of the stuff,
So they're saying that they used the subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence that's in the PCA. Interesting.
we did state search warrants, and we've received many of these records that way.
Okay, thank you. All right, enough with that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Maybe it's a time to, well, let's see, where you still have your argument. How long do you think?
Your Honor, my intention is to talk about the law that governs discovery requests and ask you to compel certain things. I'm going to go through our 4th request. I'm going to tell you a few things that we have, and then I'm going to tell you why you ought to order that the state give us the rest of it, how it's material to us, and how it's in the possession of control of the state. I'm going to do the same thing. I would say I'm going to talk 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, then where I want to start is with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 that governs discovery. 16A directs which things are mandatory disclosures from the state. Those are things I don't even have to ask for. And those are
Probably
items
not,
that the
Sophie.
state has possession and control over that would tend to negate guilt or reduce punishment.
It's okay. I'm
16B
watching it.
is the portion of the rule that governs when I request items in the course of my preparation of the case. And I would have the court keep in mind 16A and the prosecutor's responsibilities and Idaho Criminal Rule 16B and the discovery requests that we've made and what we have not received. We've asked for documents, we've asked for reports, we've asked for qualifications and summaries from experts, and we've asked for media that's been gathered in the case. The court can order other things that we asked for based on the need of the case. I would remind the court of the case that Ms. Massa just talked to the court about, State versus Pendleton. I know the court's familiar with this. This is a good case because it's recent and because it takes the time to define what's material and what's within the possession and control of the state. We need to think about our motion to compel in the order we are requesting from you in the context of what's in the possession and control of the state. Your Honor, the State versus Pendleton case says that
He waived a speedy trial, bub. I don't know. What's up, Spooky Paul? It's good to see you. I don't know. We just have to wait and see what happens. Oh, there's somebody. Randy's still in here. Cool. Thanks.
any law enforcement, and this includes the prosecutor's office, it includes their staff, it includes any law enforcement that worked with them on the case. In this case, you're looking at Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police Department, Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, and FBI agents, to name a few. So what those entities have and have developed are within the possession and control of the prosecutor. So with that backdrop, I want to run through our specific requests and talk about what we need. You've heard testimony, and so I think you know why these things are material, but let's go over it again. Starting with the fourth motion to compel. Ms. Massoff went over 1A, the grand jury subpoenas. I'm going to leave that argument alone. She did a fabulous job with that. When we're looking at 2A, this all comes from the defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery. 2A is the video on King Street.
Well, don't worry about it.
We began asking for that a long time ago. We have it in full, so we don't have to talk about that. We received that full for all of the hours and days in question with both audio and video on 510. So we can mark 2A, item 219 off of our list.
219.
219.
And there, I've gone through pages and pages and pages. So I think I really appreciate you being very specific about, you know, what you have now and what you will still.
Okay, good, because it's the only way to keep track of it.
Yeah, well, same here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, item 2B in our fourth motion to compel is item 224. That's the CAS biz law. And this one is rough. The court heard last week Detective Mowry say, I don't have any of those, except I found these other items that we'll give you now, which were not Mowry's CAS biz laws. The hard part for us about this one, Judge, and I have to make a record, I think you can order them to double check, and I'm going to ask you to order them to double check. But the hard part of this for me is that on January 9th, we asked for these CAS biz logs. And the response was from the state was CAS biz does not produce logs. And that's just not true. It does. It's capable. It produces logs. You've heard that in the testimony. Then we filed our motion to compel and explained we have an expert. We know it produces logs. We're going to bring them. And the response was the working files were not saved. We received that response on April 23rd, 2024. And then on May 10th, we got a little bit more explanation about default settings were used and optional session files were not uploaded. This is really, really difficult because of the varying answers that we've received. The court's heard testimony from Mr. Ray about how important these logs are to know what was done. This is really challenging. We can't recreate what Detective Mowry, who testified before the grand jury, did, unless the court orders that we get the tower list he used and we have the CAS biz program. And quite frankly, that's what we want. We need to see how this work was done. This is important work. I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel, is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mowry had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. Your Honor, we are going to request that the court order that we have the tower list used by Detective Mowry and access to the CAS biz program. So our expert, Mr. Cy Ray, can go through and see what Detective Mowry did. That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mowry did.
It seems to me he did acknowledge that he just went back and provided this a day or 2 days before he testified that he found this additional information. So I'm thinking that the state got that information and have provided that to you. Now, we also heard a lot of the quotes missing pieces today, which I'm guessing that FBI, Mr. Valance and Detective Mowry are going to go back through that and see if there's something else. At this point, I'm assuming that, some things may have fallen through the cracks. I mean, it is very complicated. There was a lot going on. We have some time before trial. I just hope that everybody goes through their computers or their files or whatever they're going through so that it's complete. So what I've been watching over the last 2 months is that there have been supplemental responses to the defense. So things were coming in. They were waiting for information to come in so that they could provide that to you. So that's why I don't want to go backwards either. I just want to make sure that we are addressing what you don't have and what actually you're entitled to. So that's the tower list. I mean, I don't know anything about tower lists, so I'm learning about that. I don't know that Detective Mowry addressed that, maybe unless I missed that.
I believe he testified last week that he used the power list that was contained in the AT&T record that he received. You heard today that that doesn't exist. And you heard today that the tower list was something different that he used. And that tower list had once that was entered, there was a selection on the program to do tower density as well. Like
I said, it's confusing.
It is. It definitely is.
We'll keep going now.
Okay, thank you.
You want the tower list?
Yes, I think I'm getting that, but I definitely want that. I want the one that Mowry used to do his CAS Viz work back in May of last year. That's the one I really want right now, at least at this juncture in the documents right now. I do want to clear up though, when we talk about what Detective Mowry found last week when he was preparing to testify, those are emails between him and Nick Valance. Those are JSON files from Nick Valance to Detective Mowry. None of those things that he found, other than screenshots, like the exhibit that you have of his map with the different size towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Valance. Those were not his logs that he found. Those were not his towers that he found, just to be sure that those are still missing to the extent they exist. And we can't recreate what he did without the list and program. Moving on.
Thank you.
Moving on then, Your Honor, is item 226. That's called the Hemisphere Program, also known as a timing advance report. Your Honor, this is one of the troubling areas again. The first response was that the records do not exist. There were letters exchanged between the state and us asking for more information. In one of the letters from the prosecutor, we were told that this program was not used in Brian Kohberger's case. And then we filed a motion to compel, and we were told that the state was not in possession of the timing records. And then the next supplemental response in May of this year, just a couple of weeks ago, was to tell us that there's some new certified records from AT&T that we're going to get. I don't know what those are. I can tell you that these timing advanced reports were asked for from AT&T, from Verizon, from T-Mobile, and another cell phone company. In both of the early AT&T warrants, we called them the 48-hour and then the extended warrants back on December 23rd, 2022. We don't have those. So I just want to make a record that I need to know what happened. Moving on then to 228, item 228, that was trying to understand what was relied upon for the second AT&T warrant. And we heard quite a bit today from Detective Payne about what he relied on for that second warrant, and that had to do with what was produced and analyzed in the first warrant. However, we asked for some emails and some communications. We know about some text messaging that we've received, but we don't have written correspondence, email correspondence, exchanging information, just the text messaging. So we want all of the email communication between Payne and Valance, well, between anybody from Moscow PD and anybody from the FBI. Your Honor, item 229 is the MAID data. I would say we received a disclosure, and I think we got that on either 510 or 517. And I'm gonna need some time to have an expert help me out with that. I don't know if that's complete. I also know that in the 5th motion to compel, there is information we asked for from Babel. That was a program that was used to help decipher some of the MAID data, and we're gonna talk about that in a minute, but that one's yet to come. So I'm gonna ask the court for an order compelling the state to give me all the MAID data. They may have already complied, so their intent to comply, I can tell you that.
What does that stand for again?
Mobile advertiser, let's see, I've got it in here.
Okay, I'm glad.
Identification number, mobile advertiser identification number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Judge, we are now talking about item 242, the CAST report. The history of this is we came to the court asking for the CAST report, knowing it was relied upon last year, and the court ordered that we receive it. We received one that was stamped draft all over it. You've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report. And we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that, and we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. Kohberger's alibi, they need more time to do work on this CAST report, and they'll get it to us later. You're right. I think you ought to order that we get the CAST report, and I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this, and we get the analysis that they made from that. This is particularly troubling. Their response, you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the CAST report. Let me tell you why that's troubling. Item 243 is our request. Give us a list of everything Nick Valens relied on when drafting his CAST report.
I think Sarge wants up here.
What?
I think Sarge wants up here.
Yeah, I didn't see him until just now. I don't know why.
Oh, okay.
What's going on over here now
Over where?
in the chat? I see somebody telling somebody to respect somebody and blah blah blah. What's the problem now?
Oh.
Welcome, Marsha. Angie Crawford, very British. Good to see you guys. Amy Smith. Konbanwa. Now you decide to show up. Okay.
Question. You can question. At Angie Crawford, it wasn't a fight. It was a genuine question. You can.
Okay, here's the thing. I say this all the time. This platform is made for people to come in and to be able to agree to disagree. We're not all going to have the same feelings. If anybody's new, you know, we don't do like most other channels do in here and attack each other and go at each other because they have different feelings. So I have 2 rules. The first rule is you respect each other's feelings on what you feel about something and opinions. The second rule is refer to rule 1, period. So
You and Sarge hang out up here. I'll go down and help with crowd control.
that's all I'm saying. I don't ever have to bounce people. I don't want to start doing it now. Let's just respect each other's thoughts and feelings and be good with that. What's up? Did you finally wake up?
Well, I wasn't sleeping.
How was the T-bone?
I dropped you the link over there
I didn't have T-bone.
I dropped the link when I was going live, like I told you I would, and I called you. You never responded, sir.
Let me just see here. See now, I look under here, and you missed a call from Dago today at 4:54 p.m. Yeah, I see that. What does it
Did
say?
you have a hamburger?
The link is up there too.
No, I had pizza waiting for them to fix the internet.
Oh.
They were doing
Your internet went out.
Putting
Okay.
in new poles.
There's your answer. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, they were putting in new poles, and so what are you gonna do?
No worries. No worries.
All right. Well, y'all have fun. I'm gonna go back in chat so y'all can discuss this, and I'm gonna go back in chat.
Did you
Bye-bye.
Did you see the Andrea Burkhart one or no?
I can't play it.
Why?
I will get shut down. It is I watched it. but I can't play it in here. It is done by what the hell's the show channel? Hold on.
Her
Hold on.
show is copyright protected.
Her show is okay on here. That show was presented by Jesus, like Discovery or something. It's one of the channels on TV, and they'll blast it immediately as soon as you touch it. So I can't show it on here. They'll shut it down.
Really?
Oh yeah. Discovery, A&E. It was A&E. That's who had it, and they'll shut you down right away as soon as you start playing it. You get hit. Hey, Steph.
I didn't know, 'cause it doesn't say anything on what I watched about those other.
RB. Yeah, if you're playing it on YouTube, they won't let you. You can watch it, privately, but just won't let you. That's all.
Her own channel with 76,000 subscribers. You can't take anything. You can't listen to any of that on openly here.
I can watch her channel. I can't watch it if it's been presented from A&E. See, let me show you something real fast. Hold on. When I get about right here. Wait, where the hell is it? It showed the A&E thing.
A good point.
Wait a minute.
You're just guessing,
Oh shit. All right. Well, when I was watching it in the thing, it showed A&E network, but we can show it then. That's fine. Cool. What the hell was that all about then? When I was watching it in the Discord, it said A&E underneath it. So I don't know what the hell that was about then.
Was it a link I gave you in the Discord?
Yeah. It's one I was using. Unless it rolled somewhere else. Okay. Anyway, we'll put that up here in a minute. And then we'll go over that too. So thanks, Sarge. What the hell I was saying?
On the call detail records from AT&T, Nick Valance relied upon tower records.
Did you watch this yesterday at all, Sarge?
Yeah, I've watched it a total of 2.5 times so far.
Okay, then good.
And he relied upon the drive test data. Nowhere in there does it say, if you tell us anything about the case, we need that to rely on it too. These are records that exist. These are tower lists that exist. They go into a program. You do drive testing to understand how the device interacts with towers, and you create a report. So we're asking the court to order that we get the cast draft report, we get the full list of everything he relied upon, and we get the analysis of what does this mean.
So another clarifying question, maybe. So I listened to the testimony today, and that it sounded like a cast report was provided, but maybe it wasn't complete, is what Mr. Ray suggested. But I think that maybe I'm guessing you're assuming that the state provided what they had, but maybe they're still working on it. I don't know. But didn't you get initially what they had as they characterized as the cast report? So what do you say? I mean, we have problems with language, I think, especially when we're in this area of technology. And so we might be just going back and forth like this without really understanding what we're asking for or what we're providing.
Let me see if I can clear that up. The testimony today, when we had Detective Payne on the stand, when we talked about what did you rely on to get the second AT&T warrant, he said that there was something that Nick Valance produced and that the prosecutor had it, and he thought it was a cast draft. And then you heard from Mr. Ray, who said, I've seen the cast draft report, and maybe it's something different that Detective Payne looked at. It wasn't this big long cast draft. The cast draft report, and I'm calling it draft because it's stamped draft. I knew it wasn't final when I received it. We got that because you ordered that the state give that to us last July. So I had this draft. I knew it wasn't final. Ms. Jennings knew it wasn't final. We've talked about it. We believed that we were going to get the final report by March 31st. We don't have that yet. It's the final report that we need. You also heard from Mr. Ray talking about the things that are mistakes in the cast draft report. These reports go through a peer review process, and they can look a little different when they come back out on the other side. Usually not vastly different, but they can. They go through their process. It's that final product that I need that. I need to know everything they relied on to do their work. I need to know what this draft report is going to look like. The court should know that when we get to trial, likely Agent Valance is going to come in and talk about his cast draft report. He's going to be an expert in the field and talk about what he found and why he found and what he relied on to do that. I'm going to come in with an expert that's going to explain what his work did. Now, if the work aligns and Nicholas Balance and our expert aligns, well, that's just going to be shorter. But right now, it's definitely.
Okay, so the rest of what's being said is really of no consequence.
Review process, Mike.
So I'm going to bring this in. And so far, before we get into this, what do you think so far, Sarge, with this, and what all was said yesterday on this?
You guys were able to see the side testimony and the Payne testimony. Fair enough. So you
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, cops contradicting cops. Cops contradicting themselves when it comes to Payne. You got the previous witness a week ago that's telling you he didn't have what he needed to do what he did.
Detective Mowry, yeah.
And yet he did what he did. And then he took a screenshot. He didn't save it. So you see an investigation that's like a clown show. And all the clowns are like retired, and they all suffer from rheumatoid arthritis and brain damage. And these are the people running this investigation. And what she's saying is what I said when I first came around here. They did the shit backwards. They got warrants and charged the guy before they investigated the guy. And to make matters even worse, we now learned that they put a pen trap on the guy. So they were watching him.
They were watching him.
And yet, even though they were watching him, they still didn't attempt to collect evidence. They still didn't surreptitiously.
I don't know.
Go to where he works, go to where he lives, go into his car. They didn't do any of that until after they got warrants for it. And all of that evidence produced zero. All of that investigation produced zero evidence showing Kohberger was involved. That's the other thing Cy Ray said. Everything up to this point is exculpatory to the defendant. And like we pointed out, you're willing to change your mind if you see something else that contradicts what's being shown right now. But so much of what was alleged is so much what was assumed and pushed into the public of his stalking, of his locations, how they got the locations, the accuracy of those locations. All of those are at the bottom of the ocean with the Titanic. They all cannot be proven. That's another thing Cy pointed out. That there's nothing that's supportable by evidence, or his lawyer pointed out. And nobody questions it. Anybody see the prosecution say, "Object, Your Honor, it's a mischaracterization of the facts"? No, you didn't see that, did you?
Mm-mm.
Did you see the defense? Did you see the prosecution jump up to do a cross-examination and bury what Ann Teller's alleging? No, you didn't see that either. So, you have a real civil mess here. As to whether Kohberger did it or not, the only thing we can be assured of based on facts that we've seen is he couldn't have done it as alleged in the PCA. Could not. It's impossible for that PCA to reflect Brian Kohberger's actions on that night. That does not exonerate Kohberger, except for the fact that those are the accusations you're using to say he did it. And since you can't prove any of them, guess what? This probably will not make it to trial.
That's what you think? Somebody asked you in here why you think there hasn't been a motion for dismissal at this point.
Well, because you have to have grounds to justify it.
Right.
Legally established grounds that can't be beat up by the prosecution.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Other people saying, "Oh, he didn't fight hard enough for someone that's innocent." No, he's fighting exactly as hard as he's allowed to fight legally. He isn't Donald Trump. He don't get to run around with a microphone on his own airplane.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
He's Brian Kohberger. He's like you and me, just nobody. Right.
Yep. Agreed. So this is Andrea Burkhart, for those of you that aren't familiar with her. She was talking in regards to this yesterday. Defense fourth and fifth motions to compel attorney analysis. This is what she breaks down from it, which I thought would be, other than Sarge, and then what she says, kind of give you guys an idea of what people are thinking on this side of this. So
rather, don't play the whole thing. Go ahead, open it up and move forward to 3 hours, 59 seconds, 3 hours and 59 minutes. Okay, and this now she is an educated, very talented and polite delivery
Problematic.
of what
Right.
I've been saying for the whole time. Just listen to her for the next 9 minutes. You'll see. She says everything I said when I first came in.
Right. What's resolved, Bonnie? What are you talking about?
Bonnie, is it what?
I don't know. Okay, moving forward.
Resolved. There you go. I don't know what she means. Maybe some internet issue. I don't know.
I don't know either. Okay, moving on.
As well, because the errors conveniently are all going in favor of the state. And when he goes back and gets additional information and does his work on the same stuff, it turns out to be exculpatory.
Take care, Andy.
I mean, this is big. This is very big. It's telling us. This is telling us he's finding big problems with the FBI's location. The wheels fell off the wagon on December 23rd. That's based on the additional records that he got from Mr. Mowry just last week, the ones that didn't exist, but then were suddenly found in a file somewhere.
And I'll be honest with that right there, you guys. I have to kind of question that a little bit. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll get into it after she's done. I just got to say, I got to question that a little bit.
Don't know why he wasn't able to find them before, but nevertheless, he was, and he provided them the day before that suppression hearing. And included in that were records that are very technical, but they were generated on December 23rd. That's when the wheels fell off the wagon, because they support details, claims, assumptions that are not going to be supported. He said will never be supported by the source data. And so you don't know what outcome you're going to get when you get all of this information. You don't know if the end result, he's basically said he doesn't have enough to be able to just say definitively, this works in Brian's favor, this works in the state's favor. He can't.
I just want to point out that what she's talking about is their application for a warrant was based on conclusions that at that time they've so far already admitted they didn't have the technical data to actually make that conclusion.
Right.
Okay. In May, the following May is when they actually were first given the information from AT&T that they should have had or needed to have, according to Cy.
Yeah.
In December 2022. Okay. And when they made the application for the warrant, the argument made in the warrant wasn't supportable by the evidence they had on hand. That's the problem. That's one of the issues. That's what a preliminary hearing was supposed to be for.
Right. Exactly. I agree with that.
And the prosecution, what we're witnessing is just spectators. This is a mini preliminary hearing, but the reason it's happening isn't because this is a normal procedure in a case. This is because the defense or the prosecution either refuses, doesn't possess, or has no intention of turning over full discovery. It's that lack of turning over discovery that's causing these court actions that are revealing this information to the public.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, Twizzle, I showed those documents earlier. They extended the change of venue hearing out to August due to Dr. What's his name trying to finish up the survey. I showed that document that came out today. So, all right, moving forward. Thank you, Storage.
Yeah.
Insane.
4 minutes 11.
What's that?
Run her to about 4 minutes and 11 11 minutes total. No, don't do it now. Just let it run to that. Let it go.
Oh, okay. I got you.
The data is missing to be able to say that. But everything he's seen to date is concerning because it's exculpatory.
Huh? Echo.
Echoing like crazy. You got another window open.
Everything he has seen to date, everything is missing, is absolutely to the benefit of the defendant right now.
Hold on 1 second again.
I mean, this is
So if
I
you
want-
take that into account, that says that that's very possibly, I mean, people are going to say no. I can't help but say, if it's very much helpful in the defense's case, that it's being held back on purpose. Okay.
Well,
That's just, how do you look
this
at it?
is an important point that needs to put something to rest, that Jeff H. and others and all of these glorious creative thinkers that kept saying there was no 11 to 13, that the cops made a mistake. You're wrong. Clearly, there's video missing that show that the video missing of an 11 to 13 Alondra in relation to the house. Okay?
Right.
There really is an 11 to 13 Alondra in this story. And Ann Taylor confirmed it. And Ann Taylor's looking for the video of it. And not a single person from the prosecution denies that, objects to that, or makes the argument with a contravening witness that this was an accidental identification. It's not.
Right.
They're 100%, according to this hearing, is an 11 to 13 Elantra as identified by the FBI. There is also a 14 to 16 Elantra identified by the FBI. So this has been like, again, I don't like the guy because he's a needling little prick. We're talking about maybe he did a U-turn or the FBI probably made a mistake. Bullshit. They don't make mistakes like that.
Right.
11 to 13 is a real vehicle. That vehicle is really in conjunction with the house, with the video that's missing. In other words, Ann wants to be able to identify and confirm the FBI's analysis of that vehicle, and all video related to that so far is missing.
I mean, I have to agree that every piece of what's missing is exculpatory to his case, guys. I mean,
absolutely.
That's kind of ironic. I got to say, that's what I was bothered by yesterday, but hey, okay, off we go.
This is big. This is big stuff, guys. He's saying that their report, it doesn't work. Their report is a problem. The problems with the report started early on, started December the 23rd. They snowballed since then. And there's exculpatory stuff that's not being accounted for. He's telling us the location analysis is trash. That's what he's telling us. Reserving the right that, well, once they actually come back and produce everything that would be necessary to support the analysis that they did so that their work can be reviewed, it's entirely possible maybe they did. Maybe they did get it right. Can't say definitively at this point that they didn't. But so far,
Terry, I heard about the daylight savings thing. I don't think it did. I don't think that had anything to do with the timeline, honestly. We looked into that almost a year and a half ago, and realized, it had nothing to do with it. But I remember hearing it too, so no worries.
The exculpatory stuff, that's what's being left out. That's what's being left out. And that is very concerning. And that should be concerning. That should be extremely concerning, because that supports the defense's argument here that this was a tunnel vision investigation.
Hold, please.
Investigation.
Who's been saying that the whole time? Me.
I know.
Tunnel vision by the police, and they do it all the fucking time. And it is a form of corruption, because you need checks and balances against your ideas and your thoughts and your theories when your actions result in the freedom or even the life or death of another human being. There must be checks and balances in these investigations, and there isn't. There's just rush to judgment. Must be this guy. He drives a white car. I mean, it's almost like just accusing a guy because he's black, and we would never do that in America.
Yeah, well. Yep. I gotcha.
Where they identified Mr. Kohberger as a potential suspect, and then they tweaked the evidence to make it fit him.
Huh.
How often has this been said, guys? How often has this been heard? It's been talked about for a year and a half now, okay? And the guy sitting underneath me, a lot of people said this, but he's been screaming this. So,
and I say that based on the accusations laid forward in that PCA, that Brian Kohberger must be innocent. If that's if you could confirm those were his movements, okay, then he must be innocent.
And
everything in that document is exculpatory. Every single accusation is an exculpatory statement that benefits anybody accused of this crime.
Cy did make a statement where he said that he could possibly change his mind at a later date. I don't see that happening, though. I'm just saying that's my opinion.
So you and I, if they come up with video that all of a sudden somebody turns in a video, or they had a video of Brian walking into the house or something, then of course we could change our mind.
They would have had that already, I think. I'm telling you.
You would suspect they would have. However, like she's saying, there's thousands and thousands of videos. That 51 terabyte, folks, isn't 51 terabytes of Brian Kohberger.
No.
He's probably 10 gigabytes out of 51 terabytes. If 10 gigabytes is even possible on one guy.
And then he even mentioned yesterday or in the hearing that one of the biggest pieces that was missing was the drive from the Washington Pullman from Pullman to Moscow, if that's the way he would have went, but that's not there either. So again, I'm just saying.
And why are they getting videos between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? That's where they're identifying a different Elantra.
Mm-hmm.
And I promise you, folks, that Kohberger is going to admit that, that's my car that drove by that place. Yeah, that's me. Okay, because they put him nowhere near the crime scene.
Right.
They got the wrong guy where they got the right guy, and they used information like they've done in other cases. I'll be very, very blunt. These police are criminal over there. They've done this in other cases. They fabricate evidence against Stickergate. They fabricate evidence against another murder. And now they're fabricating evidence over here. It's as if once they decide you're fucking the person, they're judge, jury, and executioner at all costs. They're going to build a case against you. And
so do you think this is because it makes their job easier?
Pardon?
Do you think it's because it makes the job easier?
No, it's a culture within our police departments and our prosecutors. These people they come to a conclusion. Don't question me, citizen. I am an officer of the law.
Right. Twizzle says the videos are 4 minutes from the house between 5 and 6 a.m. No way it's his car. Okay.
It's just
I gotcha.
Well, no, the judge that issued the warrant was given information that if he questioned it, wouldn't have been verifiable by the guys applying for the fucking warrant. They're swearing under oath that this stuff is true to the best of their knowledge. And I guess that really isn't a lie, but when the best of your knowledge means that 80% of the information was never reviewed and there was the key piece of evidence to build that map was not in their possession on December 23rd.
Right.
So how did you build that map?
Why was 80% of it not done? That's what I don't understand.
82 to be accurate, but who knows?
82% of it. Why was that much of it not done? That's what I'm not understanding. If you're gonna do this, why did you only do this little bit and leave the rest of it for nothing? That's what I'm not. That's the thing I have one of the biggest problems with. I don't understand why or how. This is a huge case. That stuff is what is important. Why wasn't it done? That's all I'm saying. I mean, anybody else can say, well, they forgot. It was an accident. It was come on now. Anyway.
That's what the defense is alleging. That they cherry picked, they selectively looked at things.
That right there. They cherry picked.
Yeah.
Why? That's not how you run an investigation.
You're never gonna know why, because these companies have insurance to pay out any damages for the shoddy workmanship of the workers.
Yeah, I got you.
Right?
Absolutely.
And they ignored exculpatory stuff to make it fit him. That's what Cy has essentially just confirmed for us.
Now here's my big question based on what she's saying right now. Okay. A lot of people have thought this already. Sarge has said this, I don't know how many times. I've gone along with it. A lot of other people, Twistle has talked about it. I mean, there's a lot of people who have said this. Why? Why him?
Now, I don't think it's personal that way.
I don't either. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's just, okay, it's got to be him, blah, blah, blah. We're going to get you, Brian. I don't think it was that. I don't think that's what it was at all. I want to know how and why it came to him is what I don't understand. That's the issue with it. If that's how that went down, there's how many cars? Is it because he had this car? Okay.
I'd like to have a talk with Steve Goncalves, I call him, but Gonzalez. I'd love to have a conversation with that man.
Goncalves, yeah.
I would like to see his reaction to this particular, because this has been available to. I've been saying, you've been saying, other people have been saying the whole time. We're not talking about Brian's guilt or not guilt.
No,
we're talking about the structure of the case, and the way the case was managed is faulty and fail. It's just a failure.
Exactly how they got to him, period. Not about whether he did it or not, how they got to him, period.
Right. And why him to the exclusion of all else? Why his DNA to the exclusion of the other three?
Right.
Right. Why Kohberger's car to the exclusion of everyone else who owns an Elantra that happens to be male?
And that's the part that I can't quite figure out, is the DNA side of this based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
That's what I don't get. That's how I don't. Hey, honey.
Bye. Yeah, I disagree with a confidential informant dropped the man's name. I think that the only confidential informant in this case is the FBI. And she mentions that in a roundabout way when she talks about if the FBI comes in and does the case, there's a black box. You can't even get discovery from them.
Right.
That's what the Thule motions are for, to try to force the government to provide. The government has the option whether to provide or not.
Yeah, right. Well, as soon as they mentioned as soon as they brought up the statement, Frank's material yesterday, I was like, boing, let's talk. I was curious. I was interested. So moving forward.
Let her run. We'll be quiet for the next 7 minutes.
It looks like to him. That's what it looks like to him. Yikes. Yikes. Motions to suppress are coming. Heard it again. Heard it again. Heard Frank's. Heard Frank's. Boy, do I feel validated on that one. Just when I'm mentioning Frank's. The defense mentions Frank's because, yeah, that is really important. What they knew and when they knew it is extremely important, because if they had exculpatory information in their possession and they did not include that in their warrant affidavits, that is classic Frank's material. That is misleading by omission. You are misleading the court about the strength of your case on purpose in order to get that warrant that you would not be justified in getting if you included the information that you left out.
Hold for a second. This is exactly why I was never indicted for robbing the gun, because the exculpatory evidence to my fingerprints being on the hinge was that I had just painted that fucking hallway as a maintenance man. Mm-hmm. If they would have kept that out, that exculpatory evidence was not brought to the grand jury, then I would have been indicted, but it would have been illegal.
Right.
Because that is exculpatory as hell. That I was in that hallway, that I painted that door, that I painted those hinges, that I painted all of that trim in the ceiling. And my presence there, you would expect to find my fingerprints, not just on his door, but other doors and door handles, and right. But withholding that from the grand jury to indict me would have been a crime. By the prosecution. That's what she's telling you here. When you go to indict somebody and you have exculpatory evidence that provides reasonable doubt, you have to provide that and let the grand jury decide whether it provides reasonable doubt. You, the prosecutor, do not have that fucking option. Excuse my language.
No, it's okay, but I'm going to say something, and please hear me when I say this. Don't take what I'm about to say as factual information and run crazy down some hole with it, okay? It's just a thought, a very, very speculative thought. But at hearing this scenario, I gotta wonder if the Oregon car is a lot more relevant than what it has been made out to be, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying, folks. And don't go crazy with that, please, because you know where that be commonsensical. It's just a thought, okay? Because this does not work for me, okay? And the coincidence that goes along with that car, it just saying. That's all I'm saying. Moving forward.
Might be getting some Frank stuff here. if they couldn't have produced what they produced without a tower log, without the tower records that they're asking for. And the state is arguing those tower records don't exist. We never got them.
That's awesome. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The whole synopsis and all the planning and plotting of this kid's location were made without logs they admit they never had. Then how'd you plot this location without him? What are you, a magic? What are you, a genie? Who are you, Brett Payne? Tell us, really. Who is Brett Payne?
I don't know. And like I said, I brought the other car up, guys, only because if this was a mistake, okay, mistakes happen. It's understandable. And I've said before on other cases, when a mistake happens, a lot of people don't like to admit that they've made mistakes. So they try to do something to make it look right. Okay. I'm only mentioning that other car because there was a tie to this place, this area, this scenario. And it's one more of 20,000 other vehicles. Okay.
We got video from Linda Lane that shows that car, the Elantra, never stopped at that location. It came into that neighborhood a few times and turned around and left. The car that went around the building and stopped is not an Elantra of any kind. It's a completely different vehicle.
Which there's the answer in a sense per se that it wasn't even an Elantra possibly. Okay, it's just a white car. So
the white Chrysler 300. You know, some people on the internet, folks, you no matter what you think of them, are capable and smarter than you don't see that part of them because you don't like them. But your messenger should never be your focus. And your message should always be what matters. And when that guy Get a Clue was posting the clips up and stopping these unadulterated clips at certain times in the clip, he was showing you truth. Okay,
right?
Not because he needs Brian Kohberger to be innocent to prove he's smarter than all of you. It's because the argument in the PCA and the movements of those vehicles that fit the PCA exactly show you that it cannot be Brian Kohberger. That's what made what Get a Clue do so good. And that's basically that's exactly in a legalese way, what you're being told through these last two encounters.
Well, yes, I still am 50-50 because I haven't seen everything. We're still early on in this, and there's going to be more to come out. I'm still 50-50, and I'm leaning towards a direction, but I'm still 50-50, and we'll see. You know, this is one scenario. Who knows what's going to happen after this? There could be something that counters this later on. I don't know. I don't think there will be. It's just, hey, you know, I got to keep my mind open is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty, you know, that's an acceptable explanation for why you wouldn't include that information in something. But you got an expert saying you would have had to have it to do what you did. So you're saying you didn't have it. That's not a good explanation, because if you didn't have it, then how'd you get this result? Did you make something up? That would be alarming. Making something up, that would be alarming.
Like that fish you caught.
Had to have,
right?
What's
like that fish you caught and you spread your arms out. They were this big. No, it wasn't. It was a tadpole. It's just so weird how these frailties of the humankind, the human condition, how they overflow into areas they should not even be. So,
hold on a minute. Hold on. What does that mean, Mystic? Because I don't give two shits what John thought or didn't think. This is how my mind works. So if you're talking to me, don't tell me to stop. Okay, that's how I feel. It wasn't because of him or any of his stupid shit or anything else. I'm telling you, I haven't seen everything, and I'm not going to until trial. That's when I'll probably go, okay, here we go. Or if something comes out before trial is actually showing me that, then yeah, okay. But that had nothing to do with it, okay? I don't give two shits what he thought. Never did, never will. So be it. But just saying. I'm saying I'm 50-50. I'm leaning towards the innocent side of it more than I was as of recent, okay? That's all I mean. I have to keep things open to see, okay? I don't care what anybody else thinks of what I think. I don't. So
have it, then you should have it. And if you don't have it, it's a problem because you needed to keep it. You needed to keep it. Ms. Massoud referenced a spoliation of evidence instruction. Yeah, if the state is destroying evidence, destroying things that they relied on in the course of this investigation, and so that they don't have to turn that over, yeah, that's a problem. And so the spoliation instruction comes out at trial during the jury instructions, and it basically tells the jury, you get to infer that the reason why it was destroyed or not preserved or whatever is because it went against them. It didn't suit their position, so they got rid of it.
Do you follow what
That's
she's
going to be
saying?
a very big deal if the defense.
Do you follow what she's saying by spoliation?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to just give a quick rundown so that maybe the viewers don't.
Go ahead.
What
go
she's
ahead.
telling you is that if you can't account for your conclusions with hard evidence, with hard paperwork, with hard analysis, with a trail of custody, then that evidence is spoiled. That's what a spoliation is. And that you as a juror, okay, are welcome to accept that spoiled evidence as proof the government hid it to protect themselves because it would be favorable to the defense. In other words, this is spoliation, and the ability to actually has this right in this trial will be a devastating thing to the prosecution because the juror will be instructed that evidence that isn't accountable, this map that can't be verified through actual work and documentation, should be considered as evidence that's favorable to the defense, and the prosecution withheld it from us. That's powerful right there. That's huge.
Yeah, well, this gives me another option in my mind too. Something I've been stressing over, freaking out over, trying to figure out the whole time is how this man went into this home, did what he did in the period of time that he did, and left without transferring any of that DNA out of that home onto anything he owns. Well, folks, it's very explainable if that person wasn't there. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I guess I am 60-40 now at this point, okay? Because a lot of things lately have had me leaning towards more of the innocent, but I'm still not there yet. I'm just saying. So yeah, that is a good point, you know? That would really explain how that happened, because it shows that he may not have even ever been there. But we still have the DNA on the sheath, okay? Excuse me, guys, sorry. Don't forget that. That's one thing that they still got to contend with that and figure that one out. So
But they don't.
Well, I mean, okay, I see what you're saying. If she's gonna have to do something with it. You all right?
Say what?
I said, you all right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I said she's gonna have to do something with it though, Sarge.
The DNA collapses. The DNA is not sufficient evidence to try him for 4 murders because it's transfer DNA.
You think that's how that's gonna work?
Oh, it's going to work because in the end, their argument that he was there in the house has to be sustainable. If it isn't, then God Almighty Himself would have to show up to tell you how that got there.
Okay.
The prosecution can't, because the prosecution's case shows he wasn't even there. The car that was circling that area was an 11 to 13. It excludes Kohberger completely. Okay, so what about, I don't care if his DNA is there now. That's not even relevant at that point. You can't put the guy in the crime scene. So if I found your hat at that property, I have to establish you were there during the time of the crime. Your hat being there ain't enough, brother. I have to physically show you that these were the actions, these were the movements, these were the times, and this is what this son of a bitch did. And to boot it, to further prove it, I have his transfer DNA on a sheath. You see, you have to have everything before the DNA has a leg to stand on. It's not like it's his blood or his semen or his sweat. It's not his hair. It's nothing of the such. It's a dead skin cell, which transfer. You can transfer it. You could transfer someone's. We've said this a million times, but because of the kind of DNA it is, it's useless unless you have a verifiable story to support that DNA ended up there at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And they've destroyed that argument because there is no proof that he was there. Based on what the cop alleged. Now,
Right.
does that mean that Brian couldn't have parked and got into a 2011 Elantra and got dropped off? No, no one's saying that couldn't have happened.
Right.
However, there's no evidence, there's no argument being made that there was. You
No.
can fantasize in your head 100,000 ways Brian committed this crime, but one way that you're not allowed to fantasize about anymore is the way described in the PCA. So far, every allegation made in that PCA has been debunked.
Well,
And there's been no pushback by the prosecution to say otherwise.
This is what I'm waiting. What Don't Dive just put in here is what I'm waiting to actually see very anxiously. She says Bicca and Larkin will show the shady chain of custody on the IGG and the transfer be patient and patient. Well, I'm curious to see that. Truly, Don't Dive. I really am, because I've wondered that. You know, what the chain of custody was like on that. Is it really as bad as it seems? How did it go down? And and is there going to be a bombshell in there? It's going to say, well, there it is, boom, and it's out, it's done. Okay, that's truly what I'm waiting to see in here, because of what I've heard recently at this coming. That's the only thing I'm going to need to hear. I think that's going to push me kind of almost all the way over there. Honestly,
well, here's something I got a question for, and this is the real threat to American freedom. When somebody says his DNA is on the sheet, there's evidence that says he was in the house, regardless of the type of DNA. His DNA is still in the house. This is exactly why America is failing, because people don't have the depth and the breadth of commitment to understand the different types of DNA. The fact that their own personal DNA can end up at a murder scene tomorrow. Your transfer DNA could be picked up at a gas pump where you pumped gas and deposited on a raped person. Okay, and this has happened numerous times with transfer DNA convictions, where later it was proven this person wasn't even there. Well, how'd the DNA get on there? It's transferred DNA. It could have been brought there by the fucking milkman, the newspaper boy. It could have been transferred to her when she accepted change from the cash register at 7-Eleven. And then she deposited. So my point is, no, you're absolutely wrong. And your depth of knowledge is so shallow that you don't understand the difference. And if you can't place Kohberger in that home, transfer DNA is useless. It is not proof he was there at all. As a matter of fact, I contended that sheet wasn't even in the possession of the killer, that it was never brought in the home. It was always in the home. It was owned by one of the victims in my analysis, not the killer. The killer used it, but the killer didn't bring it into the property. But rather than get into that big rundown, the bottom line is, if anybody connected to Kohberger was somebody mentioned that he may have been tutoring people, anybody from his classroom, the fact that this police department had no ability to research these technical issues, were they relying on any people in the college and the departments of these colleges that do criminology? Did any of those people have any contact with this scene? Whether it be going to the police station to give advice, whether it be in talking to a forensic expert about what they found, did any of that occur? Because if it did, that would explain Kohberger's DNA transfer, a more likely direct course of transfer. So there's so many reasons and so many ways for that DNA to be placed. And only one of them says because he killed them. And the only way that can be considered is if you can actually place him in that house, and they can't.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the problem is too many people got to struggle with innocence or guilt. And that isn't what's being shown here. You can make that conclusion, but the idea that we're going to decide he's guilty or innocent, even if this case were to get dismissed tomorrow morning, you can't do that from the convenience of your computer or your home. We don't have the capacity to know whether he's guilty or innocent, but we do have the capacity to read documents and read evidence and listen to the attorneys, and they tell a story based on what they have, and their story is counter to what the PCA has argued, and the state has yet, right, agreeable data, the state has yet to even object to any of these questions being asked.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm curious to see which direction this goes. We have more hearings coming, and I know Ann's playing a strategy for sure. I'm curious to see what's coming next.
Well, I've always said the reason there's no external video catching a killer is because the killer was always in the house. That to me makes more sense than anything else. When you look at What does Sherlock Holmes say? And what about Occam's razor? When you start applying the principles of thought to the circumstances that we were and the information we've been given, to me, the only logical explanation, once the cars and all the outside activity is eliminated, what is left? The only thing left is someone in that house did this. Go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt again until.
No, you're fine. I mean, I believe me.
Well, I don't want to monopolize. I find it hard not to because I'm very passionate about information and facts.
That's what it's about today. You're fine. Don't worry about that, Sarge.
Is getting exfoliation instructions in this case. Interesting comment in Ms. Massoud's argument when she's talking about the motions to suppress are coming and this federal grand jury process that was being used. She felt as an investigative tool for this case because the FBI was involved in the investigation. Are they pursuing alternative suspects that exist in this case? This is based on things that are being produced and are being looked into at varying times. Some of them are close in time to the time of the murders. Some of them then is relating to the victims later on. What would the interest in that be that far down the road? Does that relate to further investigation of other people who, I don't know, maybe had some connection with the victims, maybe have a little bit more discernible motive to want to kill them like this than Mr. Kohberger, who apparently has no known, no identified connection with them whatsoever? Yeah, good question. Are they pursuing alternative suspects? Because it sure sounds like at this point, if they haven't been, they really need to be. Really, really, really need to be. So yeah, Ms. Jennings then confirmed the U.S. attorneys said they won't provide federal grand jury subpoenas. Haven't asked under 2E yet. But in my video where I looked at the 2E stuff, the grand jury materials, they are mentioned as one of the things that they're justified. It's kind of a standard exemption that they can claim to having to disclose those because they are, statutorily, they are confidential. They aren't public documents. They aren't really to be provided. So don't know if 2E is going to change that evaluation or not. Doesn't it seem weird too that, I mean, I will keep revisiting how when the feds want to provide stuff to local law enforcement, it doesn't seem that difficult to do that. We heard from Detective Mowry about, the feds gave him these the data files, the feds emailed him these other things. Don't know exactly what time that happened. But we certainly didn't hear anything about, Mr. Mowry had to send them a 2E letter in order to get that information from them. No, when they want to give it to you, they can. When they want to give it to you, they can. But this whole issue with the federal grand jury subpoenas, it suggests to me they thought they were going to do a black box investigation and be able to hide it. They were going to be able to hide behind the federal immunity, the inability to compel the federal records and the federal process in a state case under 2E. And they were going to do all that stuff in the dark so that the defense would never know and would never get any of it. I hope that's not why they were doing that, but it's alarming. It's alarming because why did you need to do that? Why don't you just use the search warrant process?
I have a question for her. I wish I could ask.
Yeah. I don't know.
There you go.
She said she has surmised from her experience in federal court that they used a federal grand jury as an investigative tool because the FBI was a partner. It is.
Listen.
Sorry about that.
I think it should be considered unless a lawyer that has obviously more understanding than me can counter this. How do we know the grand jury wasn't investigating Moscow and the district attorney's office?
That's a good point. Why is it just can only be about Kohberger?
Now, wasn't it the FBI that told them not to use their stuff in a warrant? Wasn't it the FBI that told us they didn't save anything a year ago, right? That they weren't lead on this case. This wasn't like there was no case file on Brian Kohberger. They assisted. And isn't the Moscow PD the people that ran with this assistance and used it to make the claims Kohberger did it? Contradicting what the FBI told them to do with this information?
Well, let's back up a little bit though. They claimed they verified they were following him and surveilling him for quite a while, right or wrong.
Right.
Okay.
Forward, they had a pen register on him.
Including, I'm calling it what it is, including the fact that the Indiana stops were all part of that as far as I'm concerned. I don't care what anybody tells me at this point. Of course they're gonna say no because that's part of their thing. So whatever. I can't grasp why still it was him.
You don't need to.
I know I don't, but it's gonna drive me nuts, Sarge. You know how that
could
goes.
be him. Here's the catch-22. Even if all of this is provably false, it doesn't eliminate Kohberger as the doer.
No, I understand that, and it still could be him. Yeah, I get that too, but it sure as hell doesn't look like it's him, though.
No, well, no, it doesn't. But again, based on this line of thought, it's almost like, well, it's exactly like we all are theorizing on how Sebastian came to be missing, right? And any one of us could be right.
Right.
But none of us can support our thought, our theory, which is why it's a theory. The theory of gravity, folks, is not how gravity works. It's just an idea. That's it. There's no evidence to support Einstein's theory of gravity. Okay? And there's no evidence to support Sebastian was kidnapped, Sebastian was killed, there's nothing. So they're just theories. And that whole PCA, this whole case is a theory that is unsupportable. When they went to look for the facts they assembled that they based their accusation on do not support the accusation. That's where we are, 100%.
Right. Excuse me. Right. I got you.
Clue jumped in. Hello, Clue.
Hi, Clue. Hold on.
Where is this? How far along is that one?
We're at 4:09.
Okay.
On we go.
It's just her surmise. Doesn't sound like there's confirmation for sure that that's what was going on. So can't rule out there is some other type of federal investigation that's going on. It would be speculative to get into what that could be, but I find it hard. I find it hard to see the hook. I find it hard to see the hook for a federal grand jury with a local murder case. There's very specific grounds for the feds to have jurisdiction over a murder. It's not just, oh, well, there might have been crossing of state lines. Crossing of state lines does not give federal jurisdiction for murder. What gives federal jurisdiction for murder are very specific factual situations, like a federal law enforcement is involved. It's in the course of a witness intimidation effort. It's part of a bank robbery. It's very specific types of murders, and this is not them, at least not based on anything that is publicly known. This is not that. The feds are just involved because the feds are often involved just to assist local law enforcement, especially in small rural communities like this, where they don't have all of the resources, all of the training, all of the access to these different techniques and areas of expertise and things like that the FBI and other large departments might have access to. So they get involved all the time with stuff like this, and that doesn't in and of itself give.
And listen, you see, she's telling you how the feds can get involved, and I'm telling you,
right.
She says anything is speculation. Everybody's convinced the target is Kohberger in the feds probe, and to me, based on what we've witnessed happening in this case, and because of FBI involvement, if the federal government thinks that the town their law enforcement and their prosecutors are misusing, okay, or cherry picking to create a conclusion, they then would impanel a federal grand jury to start looking at these people that are in law enforcement. You got a town that's on the edge of serious drug cartel activity.
Yeah.
Period. All college campuses are. All your children
Right.
are in danger, folks. Just remember that. Remember, I told your kids are in danger going to Scott College because that's the target audience for the drugs, for the fentanyl, right? So you already have massive federal involvement or an interest in all college towns, in all college facilities. And now you got this huge crime. The feds attempt to help out. And it appears like clearly the prosecutor and the police mischaracterized the evidence the FBI did give them to come to a conclusion.
Right.
Would that be a federal basis to investigate them? I say, yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
So to me, it's as likely that it's the government, it's the law enforcement of Moscow that's being looked at as much as it could be Brian Kohberger being looked at.
I can agree on that. I mean,
she doesn't go that far. She says, because I am speculating, 100%. I'm speculating. But so is the idea they're investigating Kohberger on a federal grand jury. That's speculation too. Even though it's being brought up here, nobody has brought that grand jury up in the context in which it was impaneled. We just don't know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. There has been a lot that has happened in Moscow too. That's been strange to say the least.
Right?
Yeah, there's that. There's a lot of other deaths that happened that just don't fit and things like that. And there's a lot of undocumented crimes that there's no reports taken. Molly's been following the police log for 2-3 years now. She lives in Idaho too. There's things that just don't match in that area. So it is what it is, but I try to stay in as much logic land as I can. Hey, Richard, good to see you. But at the same time, when something is being thrown up in your face, you got to see it for what it is in some senses. I'm just saying, that's all. So moving forward.
Give you a basis.
Oh, I was going to say something else real quick before. Something that was said a few minutes back too. Welcome, Miss Barbara. Good to see you tonight. They started talking about alternative suspects and so on and so forth. I think it's a bit late for that. Anybody that was involved in this, it very easily could be gone by this point, guys, because it's been that long. I'm not saying that they can't go find these people, but damn, really? Come on. If there is anybody, why it's a little late to think about it now. They focused every resource they had and every bit of what they were doing on this one person from what we know. Let me say from what I know, okay? But it sure as hell looks like that's all they did. They didn't talk about nobody. They didn't look at nobody that we saw them looking at. They didn't do anything else that they put out there.
Well, they did tell us they did surreptitiously grab a cigarette butt and they looked at interviews with 100 other people. So they did do some investigative work outside of Kohberger, right?
But I'm not thinking they went real deep on anybody else. There's other pieces of DNA that they had. There just wasn't enough to find out who it was. I don't know, guys. It's a little bit disheartening is all I'm saying.
I think the most obvious F up is when the FBI identified the Elantras in 11 to 13 and somehow that got lost in the sauce, but it ends up being in the PCA in as much as it describes the travels of what we're being shown on Linda Lane to be an Elantra, to be at the times accused in the PCA.
Yeah.
That's the hard thing with that Linda Lane video. You mean to tell me she doesn't have that Linda Lane video? Because she's making the claim that the video that would be around, that would be part of that crime scene, the time of the car, isn't been produced to her.
Right. There's a lot of stuff that hasn't been produced to her. Welcome to the sauce, Richard. Congrats on becoming a member again. Great to have you here, brother. I hope you're having a great day and you don't have a hangover from yesterday. Happy belated 50th birthday, my friend. It's good to have you in here.
Pity.
Moving on.
To be getting a federal grand jury. So I'm very, very perplexed by that process and what that means. you know, you got to do Judge's job for him on this stuff. I mean, it's becoming very clear. That's what you got to do. You got to make.
Just here for the tea, no blood splatter analysis, and now the house is gone. That was brought up yesterday at the end of the hearing, at some point in the hearing, about this blood splatter thing. I'm curious. I'm really curious about that, to be honest
No,
with you.
the photographs and the samples of the house they took provided that to him.
Right, but I'm still curious about this blood splatter expert or whatever the hell it was that they were bringing up. So I don't know. There's a lot of things now I want to see and hear a little bit more than I was. Did somebody just pop backstage? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, guys.
Make a list.
Make sure you guys are hitting that like button when you come through the door, please, if you will. And
Run
just
her to about 4 minutes 11, so 4:11 is generally where you want to go. 11 or 12.
it's about right, almost there.
And you got to tell them real specifically what you need and why. You're going to need to remind him of what he heard in the evidence. You're going to need to spell this out for him real specifically. So I give kudos to Anne for doing that, for being systematic and just going down the list. Here's the requests, here's the numbers, here's what each of them are, here's the status of it. I think you're just going to have to do that in this court. If this was Judge Canoni, you probably wouldn't have to do that. She would be chomping at the bit to decide for herself how she's going to handle it, what questions she has, yada, yada, yada. Judge, much more passive from the bench. She's waiting.
She's muted.
What?
Far enough, Sarge?
Yeah, I think, now she's going into questions and stuff. I think she gave a good synopsis, pointing out the tunnel vision and pointing out in general the points that I made early, which were they didn't have the information required to make the arguments they made to get warrants. And this is where suppression is going to come in.
Yeah, of course.
Right? They didn't do an investigation. They didn't check. And I said this many times. If they would have known that there was no connection between Kohberger and the victims in any way, shape, or form, and if they would have known that none of the victims' biological material or clothing or fibers from that home, none of that existed in anything connected to Brian Kohberger. If that information was first and they would have presented that to a court, the court wouldn't have authorized these arrests.
Yeah.
See, that exculpatory evidence is an that's why you investigate before you charge. That's why you investigate before you arrest. So
right.
They didn't do that. They didn't do that in that order, and we know they didn't. And now it's all blowing up in their face.
Yes, sir. Did you hear? Speaking of which, did you hear? Somebody came in earlier and said that Steve Gonsalves, it was on one of the Facebook posts, threatened to choke Ann out or do something like that because of something that she did or didn't do. There was really no relay. I have to go find it, but did you hear that or no?
I didn't hear anything, and I stuff like that I would ignore anyway. The guy's lost a kid; he can say whatever he wants. I think
that's kind of what I was saying before, but I don't even know if it's even true. Is what I'm saying. Like I can't imagine him doing that, knowing what the scenario is. But even if he did, I can understand why. But anyway,
Sarge, let me ask you this: would it not be more damning for them to have kept the house and possibly take the jury on a field trip to that house?
No, I think people no. They see Ann's job is to defend Brian, and the house is another thing that they can't use against him now.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It might have been more damning for them to have kept that house and take.
Her job is to keep him out of trial. Her job is to get this trial broken apart before it ever happens. Her job is to get him freedom.
Right. So she wanted that house gone.
So
she didn't disagree with it, but she didn't ask for it.
Right.
Right. So, but when the option was given, the defense was like, yeah, well, whatever you want to do it. Go ahead.
Right.
And of course, now any exculpatory evidence or any inculpatory evidence that may have been within that debris is forever lost. And that also goes to other people that could have committed this crime. So let's say we conclude that Kohberger didn't do it, right? Then who did? Well, how do you find out who did it? You're kind of screwed now.
Right.
But Ann's
Right.
job isn't to worry about, unfortunately, her job as an attorney is not to worry about getting the victims justice. Her only job is to get justice for her client.
Right.
it.
And her job isn't to worry about who else may have done it. Her job is to worry about getting justice
Even
for
her job isn't even to
Kohberger.
worry about if Brian did it. That doesn't matter if he
Right.
did it or not, right?
Her job is to defend him to the best of her ability.
Right. I don't know, guys. This is definitely taking a turn in a direction I was really honestly not expecting it to.
I want to just add this to the house thing, just so people can, if you listen to what Cy Ray said, it's the missing evidence that's exculpatory.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the house is gone. That's more exculpatory evidence for Kohberger because they have nothing to rely on or they can't recall back to that house now. So the prosecution did themselves harm in the prosecution of Brian Kohberger by tearing that house down. They've got 3D imaging, they got this, they got that. But folks, you're right. In all practical purposes, if this had to be a trial, and you could get access to the house, I could see the defense trying to wrangle that walk through the house into their defense of the of the accused, but not having to go through that process because that process is not sure to sway jurors, right? Could do the exact opposite. Could do the opposite. The fact that they took that evidence off the table, it should be a relief to the defense.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Let me ask you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you notice I never had a problem with them taking the house down. If that's what their law allows and that's what the prosecution wants to do, then do it. I always said, go ahead, do it. I think you're stupid, but go ahead and do it anyway.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you also, what do you think about, backing up a bit, about Brett Payne's testimony here?
I think Brett Payne showed how woefully inadequate the investigation was carried out.
Okay.
When he's telling the defense lawyer, you got to ask the evidence clerk for discovery. I mean, you're an idiot. You're just an idiot. So if you're going to make pizzas, you don't assemble the pepperoni, the cheese. Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. So what Brent Payne was saying is it's just an ignorant statement that you don't make to a defense attorney. Well, do you know where this evidence is? Well, I assume it's with the evidence clerk. You'd have to ask him. No, dickhead. You're the chief investigator of this case. I'm asking you. You're supposed to go talk to him and collect the evidence and give it to me.
Right.
It's called chain of custody. Right? Anne would have to subpoena the evidence clerk to get anything from she just can't go and ask him questions about evidence and have him produce it. It don't work like that. So the people are woefully inadequate that are handling this case.
Right. Absolutely.
It's just a shock, man. It's not even a shock. It's just a tragedy. You know?
And like I said before, I can't say what's going to happen for sure. I just can't imagine that if Brian is to be let go on this, okay, he's found innocent or whatever you want to call it. I cannot see them going and starting a new investigation into somebody else. I just don't, or some other people. I just don't see it happening. That's my opinion. I could be completely wrong, I hope I am, but I don't see that happening. I don't.
I'm telling you, I would have put a hazmat team in that house for 48 hours. I wouldn't have let anybody leave. I would have sealed all the doors and windows with plastic. And I would have sent people in there with the most powerful tools the FBI could offer me, and I'd make them pull every fucking floorboard, pull every baseboard molding, pull every fucking carpet runner. I would pull I'd swab the whole fucking house with Q-tips. I'd have bought into Johnson & Johnson and invested in their stock and bought their fucking Q-tips by the tens of thousands.
Right. I agree. Every bit of that scene being processed was not done right at all. From the moment that, in my opinion, that the supposed 911 call happened, from there and on, nothing was handled right, in my opinion. So, and that's never been an argument with me.
And I say I include the DNA in that, and the way they sent that to that lab that has software, black box software that nobody can see.
Like
and
I said,
black box software helped them create a genealogy on the guy.
I still feel that way too. We had that conversation a year and a half ago where I said I personally feel that they used an unsanctioned database to process that, and that's why it wasn't talked about. I truly feel that way, because they were in such a hurry. That's where my thought went.
Can I just say they had Kohberger's name before they had the DNA analysis? Okay.
Right.
Right. Okay. So because DNA is statistical analysis, folks, you statistically can have two close targets and choose one or the other.
Yeah.
And run with it. Now, if you already know the suspect is Kohberger and his statistics weren't exactly up to par, but close enough to be curious, then you ran with that to the exclusions of all others. Well, there's your mistake. You went in with tunnel vision. You went in with the idea that they had their suspect. They had evidence this kid was at the house. And now that's the last thing the people examining for a genealogical tree need to know, a name. And now there's statistical analysis, cognitive dissonance is attached to it. It wasn't a blind test. It wasn't like they gave them a placebo and they gave them the real DNA and said, build me a tree. They didn't do that. And that's really not required so long as they have no idea who the DNA potentially belongs to as they're doing an analysis like that. Cold. It's a cold turkey analysis, right?
Yeah.
So there's room for error in the statistical analysis. And the science can be perfectly correct, but it still gives human beings statistical analysis to make decisions on. And I don't want to see someone murdered over a statistical analysis. That's an opinion, right? That's an opinion. That isn't a fact.
Salty says the only database legal was GEDmatch. If they use 23andMe or Ancestry, that's illegal. And that's what I'm saying. Like, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I feel because there was a deadline. Everybody knows there was a deadline. Okay. It was being pushed not only by the school, but the community. There was a deadline. They were way under pressure. They had to figure something out. They had to get somebody in custody. Boom, boom, boom. They were rushing. And here we are. Okay. I'm telling you. I really think that something was used, and that's why it was never talked about, why it was said, just get rid of that. Don't talk about it. It never happened. Poof. Okay. And that's my thought on that. And that's where I've been with that from the beginning of understanding of the DNA basis of that. So that's what I'm saying. Miss Sherry found this on the Goncalves family page, obviously, and that's all she could find. Says that it seems as though we are not making any progress to set a trial date. Is this what justice looks like in America? What is going on? This is absurd. Please pray for us. And I agree. I do agree. Okay. But again. Okay.
His statement is from pain. I don't agree with his statement. Under the context in which he's written that, I disagree. I wholeheartedly disagree.
What I'm saying is I understand how they probably feel because of being who they are. Okay. This is their child. So anybody would be upset because nothing has happened yet. This is a death penalty case. There's a lot involved in it. There's multiple moving parts. And there's a lot more with this than there would be in a normal case, in my opinion, because of all the bullshit that's happened.
I want to be clear that if the accusations you made to bring this guy to jail aren't sustainable by factual evidence all this time after the accusations were levied, after the warrants were issued, then if I was a parent, I would be I'm sorry, but I would be on the edge of uncontrollability.
I agree. That's why I said I don't blame them for anything they say or do. And I feel for them deeply, so I'm not going to get into them though, because, that's a whole different thing. And out of respect, I just won't. So, moving forward from that part of it. I don't know, guys, this is a lot.
And it really, it's always been there for us to see. There's been people like you and other creators and myself that have been trying to point out to the viewer that how you're arrested and how they conduct themselves is just as important as to who did it. Because the worst thing that can happen is you got who did it, but you fucked up and you can't now prosecute the guy because the evidence collection, the evidence chain of custody isn't consistent with standards. And so now it can't be used in any prosecution against the guy. So let's just say for the sake of talk, that none of the location data can be used because the warrant issued on that was based on incomplete data, and the data that was then finally turned over shows that that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Now, no location data, no phone data can be used against Kohberger. Now, okay, now what? Now what are you left with? What? Nothing. Now the DNA becomes it just becomes a something. I mean, anybody's DNA can be in that house. How many of the people, even the guilters, realized that that was a party house?
Uh-huh.
And there are thousands of people transfer through there. So you're saying to me that not a single person that brushed contact with Kohberger ever went into that house? Can you make that statement affirmatively and prove it? And the answer is no, you can't.
Mm-hmm.
So now the DNA is useless. You must show Kohberger in that property during the time of those crimes that you're alleging.
Right.
Or I mean, you know, you got to show it the way it's written in these documents. That's why this is the PCA don't matter. It certainly does matter.
It absolutely matters. Yes.
It's called an accusatory instrument. And if you're accusing me of doing stuff like that in that order at those times, you better be able to prove it, man. And they can't.
Right. Absolutely.
It's a tragedy of justice. This guy may, in fact, not be the killer, and the killer's roaming free or killers. And, you know, that's just horrific, man.
Yeah. It's crazy the way this is being. Well, I'll be honest. It's crazy the way a lot of these cases are being dealt with and handled. You know, this case, Delphi is an insane, sad story. We see what's going on with Sebastian. You know, I can't say much about Gilgo Beach. I haven't followed much of it, but it's another one. Karen Reed's case is a damn mess too. I mean, all of these cases are being handled so strange. I don't want to say strangely, but just not like what I would expect it to be, especially Delphi. Delphi's just that's wow. And you know, yeah.
If you witness airplane mechanics making decisions and doing tasks based on the way we've seen these criminal cases handled, nobody would fucking fly.
Yeah,
you wouldn't get on an airplane. You just wouldn't. You'd be like, hell no. Did you see what that guy said? Did you see what that guy did? I ain't getting on a plane.
Right.
Yeah.
And sorry.
No.
No, I wasn't saying that it was being handled strange. Not that one, Salty. I said that's the one I probably didn't say it clearly, but that's the one that seems to be being handled normally, but there's so much with it. You know what I mean? But what I mean is, like, I think it's giving the public, because of the way these cases are coming down, where everybody's losing faith in their judicial systems, and not that they had a lot to begin with, but they're losing faith in government and losing faith in leadership and you know, law enforcement and the judicial systems and so on and so forth. And we can't do that, guys. We need that stuff. Okay. You know, maybe in these specific, you know, regions or situations, there's messes in there, but don't lose faith in what we're built on. That's why we have to fight for what.
You could theorize a whole bunch of things. You could say that the DoorDash driver dropped Kohberger off. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, very much.
Wouldn't that be a reasonable? That's a reasonable consideration.
Sure is.
He admits he was there. He admits he was there just prior to the crime, or as the crime was just about to happen. The guy's presence is a fact. We can infer he dropped Kohberger off, but now prove that to me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Prove it to me. That guy's either got to confess to that, or you have to show hard evidence to show that those two were together and that Brian was dropped off. Now, if you can't get to that level of evidence, then you can't charge Kohberger or the DoorDash driver.
Very good point.
I mean, there's a billion ways to look at this as possibilities, but in America, you have to be able to support your accusation with evidence that's verifiable. Not just your say so, or based on my 13 years experience, or whatever your bullshit statement is not evidence against anybody.
Mm-hmm. And that's good. Right. See how that's absolutely a huge point. Indeed, or the defense is just using the oldest tip in the book. Delay. You lose witnesses that way. Best chance to get off when you have no other cards to play.
I think that's a misstatement completely.
I mean, it does happen though, Sarge. I can say that it does. You know, we've seen that happen. I'm not saying it's happening now. I'm saying,
well, that's the interpretation I'm getting from CL's statement, that it's happening now because but that's not what we're witnessing.
I think CL is just saying that as a also possibly maybe scenario, or if that's what you believe, then so be it. I'm just saying I've seen that happen. No, I don't think it's happening right now. I'll say that much. So
Right. I don't think that has anything at all to do with it. I mean, come on, the lady's got how many requests for discovery and documents she knows that they should be having their possession because
thank you,
it's like
Zelda.
it's like reading a book, a 200-page book. After you flip to page 49, there must be a page 50, right?
Yeah.
49 leads you to 50. That's how you know evidence is missing.
Mm-hmm.
There's no 50. You go from page 49 to 54. Well, where are the pages in between? That's what she's saying. They're not giving it to her. And they're saying in some cases they don't even have it.
Let me ask you a question. With that being said, do you think they're going to find that missing data that we need?
Listen, I think the prosecution is on the wrong side of the hill, and they're sliding down the hill, and they don't got a safety rope. I think what you're being seen exposed by Ann is the absurdity of the charges laid against Mr. Kohberger, whether he did it or not.
What happens though, Sarge, if they can't, like, because yesterday we were talking about that.
If they get enough evidence to press, they're going to demand the case be dismissed.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And Salty said too, like, they need to find this data. I agree. Like, so what comes down the path if they can't find that? What if it's not?
It's going to end up being suppressed and dismissed.
Well,
Judge has alluded to that already. If there's going to be a trial, even Andrea Burkhardt has pointed that out. And this woman's a professional lawyer. She's no joke, and she's looking. I think, in all fairness, I think Americans should always look to defend the accused, because that was the only reason your justice system was set up this way. It was to protect the accused, and I think most of us forget that. Being accused is it's like when they accuse Chris Proudfoot or Katie of being involved. The whole purpose of your justice system is to prevent justice. What do they call that? Vigilante justice.
Vigilante justice, yeah.
And so many of these people that come in these chat rooms on these streams are all vigilante justice lovers. Oh, yeah, right. Well, maybe he did a U-turn, or maybe this, or maybe there's evidence you haven't seen yet. Well, let me just say something, folks. The evidence that we haven't seen yet seems to me to be evidence that has nothing to do with the accusations in the PCA. Do you follow me?
Yes.
If the prosecution's argument in the PCA has been destroyed by the defense before you even get near a trial, then the only evidence that can prove his guilt is evidence that is not part of the accusation. So that would then also tell you that they arrested him under the wrong pretenses. You see? Right. And so the collection of even the DNA now becomes inadmissible.
Yes.
Because your terms and limits of what you're able to take him to court on rests in your accusations. You gave us a story of a crime. You swore to it under oath, and you got a warrant to arrest this man. You can't all of a sudden now come in and say he parachuted and ran through a tunnel.
Right.
Oh, what do you mean he parachuted and ran through a tunnel? You just can't do that. And that's what the justice system is supposed to protect you from, the government coming up with these wild last second fucking crazy accusations and evidence being dropped on your head. The justice system is designed to protect the defendant, not encourage the government to run you over.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I find this the most incredible case I've looked at in years.
Probably the most for me ever. So CL says in reality, every document is sealed from the public, so the public can't form an opinion based on the evidence against the defendant. Fair trial. Well, I mean,
well, no, let's just take what he said. That is not reality. Here's reality. We drew a map of the locations of Mr. Kohberger's vehicle before, during, and after that crime. And these locations tell us that he committed the crime. Now that's an accusation supported by what they're telling you is their information. If their information then becomes unreliable and unverifiable, then that entire statement is thrown out, and anything connected to that statement and accusation is inadmissible. You can't suddenly all of a sudden regurgitate that. You said that Kohberger drove around that house, parked his car, went in, killed these people, came out, jumped in his car, and drove away. That is your depiction. That is your accusation of Mr. Kohberger's actions. And none of that is supportable at this point. It's been provably unsupportable. So the case is almost dead. Okay, if you were sitting and you were waiting for a governor to pardon you from an execution, brother, you better grab your ankles because it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the catch-22. It seems like people, you got to accept the information for the value that it provides you.
Well,
if Cy keeps hedging his bets, but Cy knows that you can't have all of the information that's been provided so far be exculpatory to benefit the defendant, and then out of the blue, some errant fact comes in and changes it all.
but don't forget, we also still have Nick Balance that is probably going to be brought in here to explain some things. And again, he is good. So I got to wait and see what he has to say.
Who is he?
Nick Balance, the FBI agent that worked on this. And the prosecution is going to have probably, that's what I'm talking about. There's more people coming out with this, honestly. There's going to be somebody that comes in to talk about, on the prosecution side, to go against some of the stuff that's been said by the defense, of course.
But where were they? Where were they to defend? The prosecution could have called witnesses to counter these guys.
Well, he's going to have to be there, Sarge. He was part of the case. They just haven't brought him in yet. That's all.
No, but wait a minute. He's only going to be there if he's connected to discovery.
He is. He is. That's the FBI agent that helped. Payne, and that's the one that helped work on all this stuff. So they're going to bring him in to testify. I didn't mean probably. I meant, that's just my language. I'm sorry. Anyway, he'll be brought in to testify on this for sure. So I'm curious to see how, if he can't go around this somehow, then there it stands. I get that, but I have a feeling, because he is good, that there's going to be something that he's going to provide that's going to say, hey, wait a minute. You know what I mean? At least I would imagine there would be. I can't say that there wouldn't be. That's all. It's just my feeling.
I think what he's going to do is come in and try to sell his interpretation of what he was exposed to. And he's going to stick to that. And again, it's his personal interpretation. He can base it on whatever, like Cy's basing on his experience. The FBI guy is going to do the same thing. However, if in fact files that were required to make the accurate statements of where Kohberger was, if that's to be believed and you don't have the paperwork to support your conclusion as they're being accused of, then that is a conclusion that's unsupportable and inadmissible in court.
Yeah, and that's Salty has a good point. Cy did say that. He said he knows who, because they asked if the FBI agents that worked on this, if they may have been undertrained or mistrained or whatever you want to use the term for. I'm not using the right words, and he said clearly he knows who they are, and he's relatively positive they were trained the right way and well. So we'll see. I don't know, you guys. I don't know.
Let's go back briefly to the stuff that had been tore apart by Ann and other motions and in other hearings.
Hold on a second, Sarge. Kimber.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe you're sleeping. That's all. I'm just checking. You haven't spoken a minute. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just listening.
Okay, go ahead, Sarge. Sorry about that. What were you saying now?
So if there's no connection to the victims, electronic or otherwise, and if the 12 recorded incidences of him traveling late at night are unconnected to that house, okay, then you have there's two big problems. If in fact now the assessment of the locations can't be supported with documentation, in other words, that they're 100% accurate, then that throws that out of the equation. And the viewer then has to ask themselves, there's no evidence of stalking.
Right.
None of his trips were connected to that. There's no connection to the victims, electronic or otherwise. And even more conclusive, there's no connection to him and the victims in any biological matter at all. In any of the locations or possession that Brian Kohberger was in familiar contact with daily and or owned. Right? So if all of that is now fact, what are you charging Brian Kohberger with murder for? Based on what? When you yourself, the prosecution, the judge has made this point many times, said that the DNA had nothing to do with the warrant, which means the DNA came after the warrant. And what was the DNA obtained by? By everything we just showed you has been disproven and unverifiable.
Yeah. Right.
So how can the DNA be admissible in a court of law? You follow me?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
It's really that simple, folks. And it doesn't say he didn't do it. or he did do it. That's what always amazes me in true crime. That is not what you're really looking at here. You're really looking at the process. It's like a civil course and understanding how it's civic. This is a course in civics. How the system's supposed to work, how they executed on that system, how they did what they did to come to their conclusion is even equally as important as catching the right guy that did this crime. And that's the part a lot of viewers just don't want to have anything to do with. They hear the word DNA and everything else goes out the window for them.
Right.
Right.
That's
a cool cup. I like that.
Oh,
Got a
I
nice
just like
mirror shine to it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I was surprised it came out that nice, but these are available on that site as well. For
How much
anybody
is
that
a coffee
wants one,
cup?
I think they're like $4 plus tax or shipping. They're not bad. They're not real big. It's just a standard like restaurant size cup that you'd get coffee, but they came out pretty cool.
Where are they made? Does it say in the bottom?
They oh yeah. Hold on. Made in China.
Okay.
Yep. Orca coatings made in China. We have these, we have t-shirts, we have hoodies. So to start with, we're going to be making more stuff. Good old Doodle, because she does everything. She's amazing.
Yeah, I like how that's got such a nice reflection to it.
It does have a nice shine, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. That's excellent. She did kudos to her.
Yeah, it turned out really good. So I was impressed with that. But anyway, I was just showing you guys. Have a good night, Salty. Thank you for your input, your time, as always. Much appreciated. Love ya. Get your gummy and have some food. Have a good evening. You can go to the site. There it is, right there. Thank you, Sherry. Right there, Miss Barbara. It's on the screen, and right below you, actually, there's the link to the Printify shop to get it. We're going to be adding more stuff down the road, guys, for anybody that wants something else. Some of my stupid sayings and some other weird things. Maybe Clue said she'd do some stuff for me, but she's busy. So we'll see. She's pretty creative. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, but don't drive 509. Possible and probable routes are not evidence against the specific suspect. You know,
this here, Payne did say probable route on map, possible route, not certain for sure. Tells me they don't have video. That is fact or probability.
Right. And using those terms is exculpatory.
And
I mean, it's probable he went this way. Well, yeah. Possible I slept with your mother too. I mean, you can make a lot of statements, folks, and I make ridiculous ones to try to prove a point. Those statements must be verifiable by evidence that's supportable. You got to be able to see it, feel it, touch it, smell it, interact with it, understand it, explain it, and it has to be reproducible. Right? And as much as if they're claiming he was somewhere at 4:45, and he was somewhere at 4:00, you have to show that 45-minute that time period is consistent with the distances moved, right? Things
Hey,
have
Dago, I'm gonna jump. I'm sorry, Sarge. I'm gonna jump down for a bit.
You're falling asleep.
Ankle.
I won't. I'll be back.
Okay, hon. Do your thing.
Bye.
Yeah, I think that in the case of civics, this is probably one of the most interesting ones.
Oh, this is going down, and this is going down in history. This will be in the law books. This will be. It's a big one. I'll say that much. Even worse though, I believe Delphi will be too. So, absolutely. Interesting.
Yeah, when somebody don't dive. The statement in the PCA says, based on my experience as a law enforcement officer, it's known to me that criminals often will turn their phone off before a crime to mask their location. That is not evidence Brian Kohberger did a damn thing. It just isn't. That's an opinion of a policeman on the behavior of known criminals. So let's pretend that means something. How is it that could apply to a guy that has no criminal background?
Right.
I mean, that's like accusing, it's been my understanding that priests molest kids. Does that mean every priest is a child molester? I mean, there is truth to the statement, but the statement doesn't impugn Kohberger at all. Quite the contrary. Kohberger is not a known criminal. And therefore, because they're known to turn off their phones, what would make him fit that group of people? You see, you can't, and that's what's in the PCA. It's all theories and supposition. And based on this and based on that, I say, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really give a fuck what you say, Officer Dickhead. Show me the evidence Kohberger turned off his phone. Just show me that.
Exactly. I've always argued that. How do you know he turned his phone off? How do you know his phone didn't die? How do you know it didn't lose signal? How do you know he wasn't in the, because of the area he was in, it didn't drop off of the network? I mean, all of that.
But they do go on to offer that explanation. They do say it's also possible that his phone was an airplane mode or dropped from the network. And this is why I got attracted to this case, is because every statement they make is all exculpatory. It's a theory surrounded by exculpatory statements, which is he could, exactly what you just said. His phone could have dropped from the network, could have been an airplane mode.
Yep.
It could have, the battery could have died. Where's the evidence Kohberger turned the phone off, folks? There isn't any. Where's the evidence he was on that main road between Moscow and Pullman? Well, we learned today there isn't any. How could there not be evidence of his car traveling down the main highway that you claim he took to get to Pullman or to get to Moscow to commit these crimes? Where's the video from there?
Right, and then here it is, guys. In layman's terms, okay, to break this down to the basic of it all. At this point in time, a year and a half later, okay, 18 months, whatever it's been, there is more evidence pointing to the fact that this man didn't do this than there is pointing to the fact that he did. Blatantly, period. There's so many things that show that he couldn't have done this, nor did he do this.
Can I modify something for you?
Please do.
All right. And I think it just dawned on me. This is one of the reasons why we still have people arguing innocent or guilt. I think that the nuance to your statement is this. There's no evidence placing him at the crime scene that's supportable.
Right.
There's no accusation in the PCA that supportably can be proven and verified placing him at the crime scene. That does not mean he didn't kill them women. And
exactly. That's fact. That is fact.
But the accusations are not supportable by fact is the point we're making. We're not arguing whether he did it or not. It could go either way. That's not, but when you're looking, and what you're looking at now with these hearings that you're seeing, this is what you would have found out in a preliminary hearing a year ago. Okay, folks? This is what the preliminary hearing was supposed to vet.
Yeah.
Are the accusations made in the arrest warrant supportable by fact? And they didn't have that chance. They were he got indicted. They ran around right now. That matters because now, here's the best part about this. This shows you how inept your justice system is over there. The only reason you're hearing Cy and the two policemen is because the prosecution either cannot or will not provide discovery. That's why you're seeing a mini preliminary hearing right now. It's all the prosecution's fault.
And again, David Clayton just said something else that goes right in line with that. And it's fact, guys. It's been this way the whole time. Even the sheath is simply just being assumed to be the holder of the murder weapon. We don't even know that sheath is what that knife, that the weapon was in. Guys, that's never been proven as of nothing yet. There's no murder weapon at this point. Okay?
Why is there no women DNA on it when it was placed under her blanket and on her mattress? You mean to tell me there wasn't transferred DNA from the women on that knife sheath?
We don't know that there isn't, but
I know. But my point is, if we're going to take and make assumptions, which is what the police did with every bit of their evidence, they made assumptions. Then it's fair to say that sheet should have had transfer DNA from one or both of those women on it. And they didn't say they found 3 sources of DNA, 2 belonging to men, 1 to a female. They didn't say that at all. They said that there were 3 sources of male DNA in that crime scene, 1 on a sheath, and they didn't tell us where the other 2 were. And then they told us there was a glove outside with DNA. There's 52 terabytes of nothing. 51 terabytes of nothing. Ann just told you today there's thousands and thousands of hours of video that don't apply to this case. They're not going to be used. There's no evidentiary value to them. They feel like they're in a snow globe grasping for evidence. That's how they're being delivered the evidence. Like someone shook up a snow globe and said, there you go, Ann. Your discovery is floating around. Reach out and grab some, would you? And then it all lands on the floor and it all looks like the exact same snowflake. And you got to pick up every snowflake and look through it. 51 terabytes of data, and most of it had zero to do with Mr. Kohberger. I would be hard pressed to say that there's 10 to 100 gigs of information against Brian. You would really have to sit me down and explain that, because I don't buy it.
I can agree.
That 51 terabytes is the entire investigative process from the day the crimes went forward all the way up until they arrested Mr. Kohberger, including the 100 suspects they interviewed. 100 or more suspects, including all the store owners and people that they interviewed, including all the videos that showed nothing. Hundreds or dozens of videos that might be hour and a half long, uncompressed video that show nothing connected to this crime. That's all been turned over to Ann. Right?
Right. Very true. Very true.
It's a tragedy. Come on, man. Imagine if your plumber worked like this. You'd all be going to work covered in shit. Right. Be yelling to your kid, no, don't flush.
Right. I'm gonna run a poll, you guys. I haven't run a poll in a little while. I'm gonna run a poll real quick. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Just it's gonna be a yes or no. Pretty simple. And I'm gonna show the end of that first press conference that was ever had in this case for a reason. Hold on here.
Well, we do. We run polls, but there is a creator that used to swing from them. A person named Cluminati, not to be mistaken for a name or two separate words. But Cluminati, also known as Bambi, the pole dancer.
Yep. Ricky, don't lose my number. Ricky. Okay. And there it is. Just blatant, black and white, very simple, yes or no, end of story. Okay, so moving forward.
It's just, why would you even ask that question?
Because I want to see how it's answered now.
Oh,
I ran one. I ran one.
You don't have to explain yourself. I completely agree. It was a good point. I apologize.
Right. That's all I'm saying. I ran one a year ago, and I'm curious now. All right, now hold on a minute here. I want to watch this again. Well, it might be interesting to go back to a lot of these, but right now I want to see this one for a moment. Hold on. Okay. And kablam. There we go. It's okay, B. You don't have to. You can be. I'm still on the fence. I'm 60-40 on the fence, but just answer it. Here, let me put it this way. Answer it in a guess fashion as to what you think is going to happen based on what knowledge we have right now and what you have seen most recently based on what we already knew. That's all. That's all. You don't have to be stressed about it. And if you don't want to answer it, don't answer it at all. There's no pressure at all. But anyway. All right, let's check this out here. This is basically going to be the questioning portion of the first press conference come November 16th of 2022. Okay. Which was 3 days after this happened.
About what's going on, I'll definitely make sure I communicate that to the Moscow Police Department. They're very busy. They're working, the men and women of this department are working really hard on their behalf and on our community's behalf. But if I can be a conduit to share information, we're absolutely going to do that.
Has there been any update on the candlelight vigil that is postponed till after the break?
I believe it's November 30th.
November
At what time?
We're looking at 5 or 5:30. We're trying to finalize. Well, let me say.
Yeah.
There was a candlelight vigil that was originally scheduled tonight, but because of the volume of.
Hold on. Once again, this is just a guess, guys. This isn't written in stone. This is not gonna, condemn you or put you anywhere. It's just a guess at this point because I ran one a year ago just like this. I'm just curious to see where it's at for now. That's all.
students who have left, we want to make sure we're creating a space where they can participate. We don't want someone driving back during this time to do that. So we've rescheduled to November 30th. We haven't finalized the time. We will definitely be sharing that out to our students in our community and the larger community. We're just finalizing some details. We're going to communicate that with the families as well. It'll be on campus. We haven't figured out the location yet because we're going to be monitoring what the weather looks like. We anticipate a large amount of individuals. That being said, we also have two communities that are just providing beautiful support. There's a candlelight vigil in Boise tonight in honor of
President Green, can you talk a little bit about the vandal alert that involved the knife and how the university handled it and what you found in that case?
Yeah, so basically we were just responding to the information that we had from the Moscow Police Department at that time. We have an incident response team. We gathered Sunday as we were notified by the Moscow Police Department that there had been a crime committed. At the time, we weren't sure if they were students or not, and we wanted to provide help to the Moscow Police Department, and we think we were able to do that successfully to help them, identify those students and contact their.
One thing I will say is I think this guy right here is definitely way over involved and was way over involved in this when he shouldn't have been in some senses, in my opinion.
Their relatives. So, beyond that, it was just trying to understand what the assessment was of the risk to the campus. And we relied on our subject matter experts, as you've heard. They know more than any of us about this. And then based on that, we started making decisions about, how to move forward this week.
Yeah. And so what were those decisions around that initial alert? What was the conclusion you had at that point about the level of risk?
Well, of course, your first, on the first vandal alert, it was high risk. We had really no information, and we asked our students to shelter in place, and until we got the all clear, it wasn't all clear, but a reduced risk where we could where students could start to move around more freely. We had people sheltering in places like the library, the Pittman Center and places around campus. And we didn't want to keep them there all night if we didn't have to. And so as soon as Moscow Police Department determined that it was safe for them.
Yes, Callie, he did write a book, and there's a whole chapter about nothing but this, which I was kind of irritated about. I really was, to be honest with you.
To begin moving around but be vigilant. We sent the other vandal alerts.
Yeah, my apology. I was referring to the earlier vandal alert involving the threatening with the knife that happened in September.
Yeah, you want to respond to that? Thank you, Blaine.
So that vandal alert, we had a group of students walking back to Greek Row from a location off campus. They encountered an individual who was not affiliated with the university. They got into from my understanding, a verbal altercation, and he ended up flashing a knife at them. It was not a stabbing. It was not a stabbing attack. It was a threat to the best that we know. We sent out a vandal alert warning the individuals of our campus community at that time. I don't have the specific date, but it's out there from that aspect of it. And it's my understanding that individual then later turned himself into law enforcement, and they've addressed what that happens.
So it's not connected in any way to this homicide.
That's a question for law enforcement.
You know who he is.
I know about the incident. I don't know the individual because he's not affiliated with the university. So my understanding, he turned himself into law enforcement. So I can't answer the question of whether he's connected with this or not.
So we want to thank you again for coming. That's going to be all the questions we take at this time. We appreciate you coming and spending time.
Over to Blaine, who's been dealing
to do the autopsies is to try to be thorough and try to gather more. So we'll leave that would probably be something that would come out later.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Did 4 horrible.
Was it a hostage?
Stipulate whether it's one.
Hold on, guys. I went too far ahead. Sorry about that.
I got to pull out of here in a few minutes to get the Your Ass First News Network up and running at 9 p.m.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to be doing the paranormal thing here after Sarge's show tonight, guys. That way, everybody that wants to be there can be there. So, and I'll probably be going over there. We'll definitely be going over there for Sarge's show tonight too.
Your poll is heavily weighted to no.
I know. And listen, can one of the mods please drop Sarge's link in here, guys? If you haven't been over there yet, you got to go check out Your Ass Hurts News Network with Sarge and Cletus, and of course their news desk,
Queen of Murder,
Celebrity Clue, and I get to pop over there and join them occasionally, as does Big Head. So please stop by. It should be interesting. It always is. So actually, we don't need to do this tonight because it's already late enough. So we'll go back to this because I'm going to be covering, and don't get excited because I'm not going head first back into this, but I'm going to be covering some things on this that I haven't looked at in a while. Just because of the new information that we're kind of receiving and looking at some things, and people are going to want to know. So that's what we're going to be doing down the road. Don't get excited. So
you're real odd.
I don't know who else is in here. Kimber, do you have Sarge's link by chance on, or no? Oh, there it is. Thank you, Mom. Right there, guys. Check out Sarge's channel if you have not yet seen it, please. You won't be disappointed. It's kind of it's definitely comical, folks, and it'll give you a good laugh. And we can always use a good laugh over here on this platform. I promise you we can. So thank you, Sarge. I really appreciate your input tonight on this.
I appreciate you having me, and sorry for the big delay.
No, it's okay. It's quite all right. Avery, thank you for jumping up here. Kimber, thank you for jumping up here. We're going to get back to this again, folks. There's going to be a lot more to talk about as these hearings, which are going to be regulars now. It's going to be a regular thing that these hearings are going down. We may not get them all, but we'll get some of them, and we're going to get little bits and pieces of more stuff to go along with this. So, you know, things are moving slowly. The gears are turning, but they're slow. And we will continue to cover this and break it down. I promised that 2 years ago almost, and I'll continue to do it till it's over. If I'm still around. Just saying, you know.
Yeah, you'll be here.
So I appreciate, well, who knows? This could be 2132 by the time it's over. Who knows? But either way. Sarge, thank you very much, sir. I'll see you here shortly.
All right, we're gonna go over there and start opening up the stream. The Richard, you're welcome to come over as well as anybody else. And
yes, please join us, guys. It's always a good time over there. It's wide open. Bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Anyway,
that was Clue.
How did she do that?
Well, you know, she loves the belch, so it's one of those things.
Gotcha. And I'll see you there in a few, Sarge.
All right.
Thank you, sir, very much. So the poll is Brian Kohberger guilty of the Idaho 4 murder? 75% said no. 24% said yes. A year ago when I did this poll, that was backwards. I think it was actually 82%, if I remember. 83% said yes, he did. And the remainder was no. Honest to God, that's how that was the first time I did it, guys. That's why I did that tonight. So, like I said, thank you guys. Cindy. Hey, I see ya. Cindy is, thank you for joining us. It's a little late, but it's good to see you. And Big Al, David Clayton, my brother, thank you for that. 8 months, my friend. That's awesome. It's wonderful to have you around. I'm not sure what the paranormal subject is for tonight, but it should be interesting. It usually kind of always is. If you're interested, pop in. If not, you don't like it, you don't have to stay. I understand. Not everybody likes that stuff, but it should be interesting. And that'll be after Sarge's show is over. I'll have it set up. We'll be going around 10. I wanted it to be late tonight because it's dark and it's late and plays into it. You know how that works. So, guys, thank you for joining me today. Much love to all you guys. We've been here 5 hours. It'll be set up around for about 10 B. It's late. I know some of you guys can't make it, but you know, for those of you that are late nighters, I wanted to do it late tonight because, like I said, it's dark, it's late, and it makes it a little more fun. So I'll see you guys here then. Those of you that are interested. The rest of you guys, hopefully I'll see some of you guys over at Sarge's. Take that link and come on over and join us. And that should do it, guys. Thank you so very much, guys, for joining me. Like I said, much love to all of you. For those of you that I won't see, Tonight, possibly. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday. I'll be here. And the rest of you, I'll see you Monday. That won't be back. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Be safe, be happy, be healthy. And don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are the beautiful people and why I am here doing what I'm doing. I appreciate you all so very much. Good night and God bless, folks. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.